Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're gonna start getting people up here in a quick second. Do just give it a minute for people to join in. Let me make sure to get everything completely set up for the stream. What's up, everyone joining here in the stream? What's up, Jordan? How you doing? Oh, let me actually hit that. Oh, let me make sure I pin that message. What's up, Emily? What's up, Austin? What's up, Saints? How you doing? What's up, Jocelyn? What's up, lad? What's up, Agent? What's up, Caitlin? What's up, Solus? How you doing? What's up, Sir? What's up, Brooke? What's up, JM? What's up, Austin? How you doing? Derek, what's up? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting people up here for debates here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. What's good, everyone joining in the stream? How's everybody doing? What's up, Nina? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Nostalgia? How you doing? What's up, Raz? What's up, Pickle? How you doing? What's up, Nina? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Hopefully everyone's doing pretty good. And make sure to get everything completely set up here. I do have mostly everything. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Let's get this completely set up. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Let's get this first person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19, bro.
Do you support Trump?
I support him over the Democrats.
And do you support Trump? You said you over the Democrats. Yeah. What state do you live in?
I just moved to Connecticut, Mystic.
Can you name 2 states that border Connecticut?
New York and Rhode Island, I believe. I don't know, I only moved like a year ago.
Okay, can you name 3 cities?
In where?
Within Connecticut.
Mystic. And that's it, bruv.
I feel like he's trolling me. I'm just going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2004.
And what month were you born?
August.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, so like, I've been listening to you for a while, and like, I listen to like your liberalistic values and stuff, and like, I feel like I kind of want to switch over, but I just can't get past that hump of like the initiation process, you know?
What do you mean by that? What
Someone
initiation process?
Someone told me, and I don't know if it's true, but in order to become a liberal, you have to stick a finger up your butt.
Oh, I got another troll. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
You kind of look like Clav, Parker.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's try to get this next person up here. How old are you? Okay. Do give us a quick second. If you're here on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps push it out to more people. As always, do give it a quick second for people to join in. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 20.
And what's your birth year?
Sorry, 22. I'm 22. 2004.
And what month were you born?
June.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
100%. I don't think he's the best. I don't think he was the
You
best
said Trump?
choice, but I think, yeah, because I think they were both bad choices, but I think we had to choose one due to the amount of illegal immigration that was coming through the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, and what negative impact did that provide to the country as a whole?
People coming in that we don't know who they're doing. A lot of drug cartels, drugs,
Oh, wait, hold
everything
up.
like that.
Specifically, pause, pause, pause. You can't say any
Mhm.
specific DRUG name. TikTok TOS. Just letting you know, I'd have to remove you. It's just a thing in TikTok. It limits the push of the
Okay,
stream.
okay, yeah, cool.
So, yeah, just letting you know. So, you think that Trump is doing more to prevent that. So, how do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country and is convicted of that?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe it's not the best. I mean, again, I don't think he does everything great, but I think overall we need to protect our border. I feel like that is a very huge thing. We can't just accept people that aren't documented, and like we got to know what's coming in our country. You know?
So that was happening under the Biden administration. We still were doing that. You know that, right? We still were deporting
Yeah.
individuals who come to the country undocumented. Like, did you know that they tried to do a
Also letting
bipartisan
in.
border bill that would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker? But Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Hey. Well, good to know. Good to know. Yeah.
Okay, so like, what is the reason why you support Trump?
I wouldn't say that I fully support everything that he does. I just thought that he was the better choice at the time. I don't think he's done great things this term, but I just
No,
thought he was
do
the
you
better
still think
choice
he's the better choice? Like right now?
over Harris. Yeah.
Okay, why?
Well, why would Kamala be better than Trump?
No, I asked you first. Would you like to answer, and then I can answer any questions you've got.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Kamala just wants to kind
Kamala.
of hand out everything, Kamala, whatever. Like hand out things to people, like the 25,000 for each house, give it to all people. Like worried about just lower class. It's like it makes not a lot of sense.
Okay. So it's just where the priorities are, because actually Trump's policies overall would sign off on more debt-related spending. Not only did he do so in his first term compared to the Biden-Harris administration by over $4 trillion, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Trump signed off on $8 trillion overall debt-related spending in his first term, $4.8 trillion non-COVID related compared to the Biden-Harris administration, $4.3 trillion, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related, and then even if you take into consideration his next administration, the current one we're in right now, he signed off on over $3.4 trillion through the context of the Big Beautiful Bill, not even counting everything else that he's done. Right, so he's added over two. They just left. Okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Park, I'm a neo-libertarian philanderist.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 23.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2003.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I feel like he aligns more with, like, because I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist, so, like, I kind of think he aligns with that more than
Mm-hmm. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you, Paris. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I sound really young for my age. I'm so sorry. I'm 19 years old, born 2006, March 23rd.
Okay. 2006, March 25th?
23rd.
23rd, and you said you're how old?
19.
Wouldn't you be 20 based upon that age? Because that already happened.
We are Charlie.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 42.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if the election were held today,
I've been
Harris
trying
versus
to
Trump,
get up
who
and
would you rather
debate
vote for?
you.
What's up?
I was trying to get up and debate you or Dean for a while, and yeah, I got up. Sorry, what was your question?
Yeah, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
If the election was today, you said?
Yeah.
Trump.
Okay, alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump? And also, by the way, everyone, thank you for coming in through from Dean's stream. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, the first point I would say is like I know Dean talks a lot about you're not a family person or this or that because Trump's had not so great past, and yeah, I don't agree with some of the things that he's done, but as far as that's concerned, like those things wouldn't deter me from voting for Trump because I'm voting for his policies, not the actual, I guess, character of the person, if you will. And I have a choice between Kamala and Trump as far as who I want leading the country, who I think is going to do a better job just from that front, and just from the interviews that Kamala did, the policies that I read for both of them. I would still vote for Trump, and I think Kamala would just not be just. She had an interview the other day where they were asking her if she was going to run in 2028.
Here, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, like what policies of Trump's do you align with?
The border. I'm debating on, as far as the economy is concerned, like a lot of people didn't like things with the tariffs, but tariffs take a while to kind of like take effect. And people are debating things and not liking what it was after like 2-3 months, where it takes a while for the actual effects to go into effect. So I'm not saying that like they were like the best idea, but so abortion is another one. I don't know if you want to go into more detail with those or.
Yeah, I can totally talk about these. So we've seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration since he's got in office. So the idea that the tariffs are at some point going to take effect is kind of a bit ridiculous, especially when there's only like 2 more months of them being in place, because the original tariffs Trump put in place were deemed to be unconstitutional, and then the tariffs that he decided to put in place are only in place for 150 days.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay.
an issue, and along with the fact that I think that he's made the economy better, or I mean worse off through the tariffs, the universalized tariffs. They don't operate the same as targeted tariffs. They disproportionately are passed down to the consumers, and they pay most of that. If you go to the Kiel Institute, 96% of tariffs are paid by the U.S., mostly by consumers. So it's mostly going to be middle class individuals that will be harmed by this, along with the fact that the Iran war that he imposed that also led to a massive increase in prices, which led to us seeing a over 4.2% level of inflation on a year-over-year basis because of Donald Trump's policies. So he's actually made conditions worse off economically, which has then caused the Federal Reserve to keep interest rates stagnant, which then leads to less investment within the economy. Along with the fact that in terms of the border, it doesn't seem like you really get many benefits there, because actually Donald Trump undermined a bipartisan border bill legislation that was historic, where we haven't seen a Congress come together to vote on immigration policy to this degree in the past 30 plus years. And then even for abortion, if you care about saving lives, actually Trump's administration, because they used the government through Doge to cut USAID, it will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030. So if you voted for Democrats or for Harris, then you would have been able to save that many lives, because we would have been able to maintain Doge, or not Doge, sorry, USAID, which would then ensure that these people's lives would not have been lost.
Well, I mean, with abortion, I don't agree with any abortions, except for I'm still debating on whether I want to make an exception for rape and incest. I'm still debating on what I feel about that. But besides those two exceptions, I don't think any abortion, and this is from like also like a faith-based thing, that I agree. I believe that life begins at conception. So I just don't believe in ending a life for any reason, just other than the two exceptions that I made. And I know the counterpoint is that they don't have brainwaves, they don't have a heartbeat, things like that, so they're not actually like human, or they're not actually a human yet, even though technically they are. But
That's not my criticism. Can I give you my criticism? My criticism would be, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
I mean, have they written a?
Well, let's say there's
I don't
nothing
know the name of
established
it.
on this.
And they're brain dead
Mm-hmm.
with no chance of coming back or
Yep.
anything.
Is it murder for the family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that is brain dead?
No, I would say
No?
no to that.
That's not okay. So
No,
then
because there's no life at that point, and there's no
there
life.
is cellular life.
But there's no value to the life that they're living
Oh, okay. So then why is there value at the point of conception?
because that fetus will eventually become a baby.
It's zygote at
a
that point.
newborn.
So eventually, at some
Uh,
point, but it isn't at this point. So that means in the future will be valuable, not that it is currently valuable.
No, I think it's valuable at conception.
Okay, so why? Because it's just cellular life in the same way that an individual who's brain dead has cellular life.
But the person that's brain dead will never have value life like any
Value life means like a life with an experience, subjective
like being
experience,
able,
right?
yeah, being able to experience anything. They're just
So then here's
But-
my question: why would you say that you would prioritize a life that has never got to the point of having an experience over a person's bodily autonomy who has an experience, and their experience will be negatively impacted by not being able to uphold their bodily autonomy? Whereas if you allow for them to get an abortion, it will never impact a being that had an experience or has an experience.
Wait, who are you referencing as far as the bodily autonomy?
The person who's
the mother.
pregnant.
So what was your argument again for that?
Yeah, that you're going to, because of a future potential experience, violate and harm the experience of an individual by violating their bodily autonomy rights. Right? So you're actually, if you allow them to get an abortion, it never is going to impact a person that has an experience. It never will.
Why couldn't they have the baby and then give it up for adoption?
What's that? Well, I
Like,
could.
what-
Okay.
what-
Well, I think that's going to be a violation of their bodily autonomy. You're forcing them to go through a
it's not-
pregnancy that they do not want to go through.
Well, I mean, to me, it's not really their body; it's the baby's body. So it's two different bodies.
Okay, but you didn't see
In a
it to
way.
be wrong to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, because you see that
Because-
after this point that it's not going to be valuable anymore because they'll never have this again. But the point that I'm saying is that they'll never even have this in the very first place if you allow for abortion to occur, and they get an abortion. The experience will never be able to even exist in the first place.
Whose? The babies?
What do you mean?
Whose experience are you talking about?
The experience of
The
the
experience.
fetus? Yes, they'll never have an experience if you allow for an
Well, they
abortion to
will
occur.
if you let it. If
No,
you let it grow the term.
Yeah, but like, why do you? That's potential in the future. That's not something that currently exists.
Well, why does that matter though?
Because you're saying that you value just that potential in of itself more than a person's bodily autonomy rights. And can I ask you a question?
I value the baby.
Do you think the
eventually
COVID
becoming a
vaccine should have been mandated?
I don't know a lot about it, but I would say no.
But it's safe and effective, and it would save lives, especially during the pandemic. So even though we're getting
that's
rid
what
of
they
your bodily
said.
autonomy because we'd be mandating the vaccine, in that circumstance, it would be saving lives. And I thought you'd be okay with that because you want to save human lives. You want to restrict bodily autonomy to save human lives. Or are you saying that restricting bodily autonomy to save human lives is not going to be a valid thing to do when asking you to get a vaccine, but apparently it's a valid thing to do when talking about forcing someone to go through a pregnancy, which, by the way, is significantly more invasive than you having to get a fucking vaccine? Okay, getting the COVID vaccine is not much of an obligation. Going through a pregnancy is a very harsh obligation.
Well, I mean, the woman should know that when they have intercourse, that's a possible.
I don't think that because
consequence.
someone engages in intercourse, that means that they
That
have
they-
to be
that
okay with
shouldn't-
having a
they
pregnancy
shouldn't-
in every scenario. Like, what? That's
They
ridiculous.
shouldn't consider consequences.
Well, I don't think that the answer is just don't have sex. Like, that's ridiculous.
I'm not
you
saying
can-
that either, though.
Wait. Do you think that, like, if they are going to use contraceptives, that then that would be undermining or upholding a due standard of care so that they're not, quote unquote, negligent from your standard within the action?
No, I
They're
still think that
taking
they
into
should
a
consider all
specific level of
consequences.
due standard of care of responsibility, right? They're deciding to use
Contraceptive
contraceptives.
isn't 100% effective.
Okay, but like you don't need something to be 100% effective in order to meet a due standard of care for responsibility.
So they need to consider that it's possible that she could get pregnant and then not
Okay,
go through the
so just
abortion. Like
anyone
that.
who so there's no due standard of care for engaging in sex. That would then
What do
mean
you
that
mean
you're
due
allowed to
standard
get an
care?
abortion.
What do you mean do standard of care?
I mean, in terms of level of responsibility that you established in engaging in the action of sex, right? For example, such as like using the use of contraceptive to prevent pregnancy.
I'm still not understanding like do standard care. Like what do you
Yeah, from a
like?
legal
Should they
perspective, due standard of care is like some sort of threshold of responsibility that we apply upon a person, where that if they don't meet this particular due standard of care, they'd be considered negligent or responsible. If they don't meet that particular standard of responsibility, which it sounds like you were trying to say is that like, oh, because they were engaging in sex, that means that they were not meeting a certain level of responsibility that they should uphold themselves to. But it sounds like what you're saying is that there's no level of care that they could have engaged in that could have hit your level of responsibility other than not engaging in sex in the very first place.
No, they can engage in sex if they want. I'm just saying.
Okay, so then why are you saying that then implicates that they have to then carry through a pregnancy just for a potential of a subjective experience? Not even for a subjective experience, right?
Because
but a potential for subjective experience in the future.
Because the fetus is eventually going to become a newborn and have a life.
Okay, so
like, why is
yeah,
that,
you just keep repeating.
difficult?
I'm asking you why is the potential enough in order to violate people's rights, and you're just saying, oh, because it's potential. But then when I brought up a scenario where we're talking about vaccine mandates, you're not okay with saving people's lives, right? Specifically, right? Even though it's going to be not much of a responsibility to get a vaccine if you're mandated to get that vaccine.
Well, I'll look at each situation and what's going to save the most lives and what's going to be the best for everyone overall. So
that's going to be mandating the vaccine.
Well, but I mean, you have to know. You would have.
We have to know the science. I have a bibliography in my bio of like 30 plus pages of sources, peer-reviewed sources, systematic reviews that prove the safety and effectiveness of COVID vaccines.
But then it came out and said it didn't like prevent COVID or whatnot. So
it does prevent you from getting COVID. It does prevent you from spreading. It does prevent you from getting severe illness and death. Right, that's what the COVID vaccine does. If you looked at any of the data, if you did any research, but you didn't do any research, and you're assuming that to be true based on something you saw on Facebook.
They came out and said that it didn't.
That's not true at all. They in the context of in the research,
like, wherever I just read is lying. So someone's lying.
No, what they said is it doesn't 100% prevent you from getting the virus. Okay, that it reduces the likelihood. That's like a seatbelt. Like you're like, oh, I'm not going to wear a seatbelt. Seatbelts aren't effective because they're not 100%. I'm not going to brush my teeth because brushing your teeth is not 100%. I'm not going to get surgery because surgery isn't 100%.
Well, you have to know, like
do you realize how ridiculous you're going to be if you don't, if you say that?
Well, hold on. You can only go off the details that you are given at the time that the vaccine is released.
Yeah, and the information right now, we're going off of that right now. The information indicates it's very effective, safe and effective. So can you acknowledge that?
I mean, I've heard otherwise.
Yeah, you've heard from who? RFK? Trump?
News sources, different news sources.
What news source? Where do you get your news from?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
No. Where did you hear this news from? I'd love to hear it.
This one was on Fox News that I was watching.
Yeah, Fox News. Yeah, even Fox News. Right.
I know.
Actually, I don't know. Would Fox News? Yeah, maybe Fox News did that. That doesn't mean it's true. You actually think Fox News is better than the scientists and the professionals? Fox Entertainment, actually. They can't even call themselves Fox News anymore because no serious person would take anything that they say seriously according to their legal experts.
Well, I mean, the same can be said for other news outlets too.
But no, that's what they said legally as their defense in court.
About what?
From the defamation lawsuit.
The Fox Entertainment thing?
Yeah.
They still
they said that no reasonable person would take what they're saying seriously. That's why they were allowed to say it.
I mean, I can't.
That's what their legal defense was for Fox Entertainment, Fox Propaganda Network.
I mean, it still says Fox News when I turn on the channel.
It says Fox Propaganda Network. FPN?
What?
Yeah, it says FPN now. They changed it to Fox Propaganda Network.
I mean, I just watched it yesterday.
Yeah. Did you see that? That just dropped last night.
Oh, it was done last night?
Yeah, that was last night.
Oh, okay. Then maybe, yeah. I'm not that up to date on it.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, the vaccine. I mean, going off the data that was given at the time of the vaccine, like if it's super, I mean, if it's 100% effective or whatever it was at the time, um, then I would say that yeah, it should be mandated based on that information.
Okay, so given that you have that, you would argue for vaccine mandates? You think people should be
Yeah,
lined
I
up
get
and shot up with a vaccine forcefully?
it would depend on the information at the time.
Depend on the information. I'm just saying, like with vaccines that we know are safe and effective right now, should people be lined up, military style, shot up with a vaccine?
I would say I'm trying to think through it because I want to give an honest answer. Um, I would have to analyze it based on what's going to save more lives: everyone getting the vaccine or everyone.
Yes. Yeah.
Not? Okay. So it would depend on that. Like
Yeah. So given that you know you'll save more lives, would you argue for that?
If it was going to save more lives for everyone to get the vaccine, then yes, I would mandate it.
Okay, so you'd military style mandate vaccine.
If it was better for society, yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Secondly, like, let me ask you this question. So you're saying you should vote for the candidate that will save the most lives possible, right?
I wouldn't say that's the only criteria.
I mean, that's what you just brought up as like a consideration, right? Because
Yeah,
if
but
you
with
were
the
considering that, that would mean you would vote for Democrats. Because again, because Trump and the U.S. and his administration cut USAID, it would lead to 14 million people dying around the world by 2030, according to a Lancet study. So if you want to save lives, right, and that's your main goal, like for example, you care about abortion, well then you should probably want to vote for Democrats because they're going to save the most lives possible with their policy as opposed to Republicans. That's not even considering any other policy like expanding access to health care or expanding social services in general, or like, you know, climate change or like limiting pollution or the regulations associated with those things. Thank you for the fireworks, thank you. But like it's specifically just referencing USAID. In that in of itself, you'll save millions more lives by voting for Democrats than you would for voting for a Republican.
I'm not super familiar with, what is it, USAID?
Yeah, USAID. And you can find this from a Lancet study. Look up 14 million people's lives will be lost by 2030 Lancet study, and you'll see that.
What is that based on?
That's based upon the Doge cutting USAID funding.
But what is USAID? What is that?
United States Agency for International Development. It provides like a funding for cost-effective ways for preventing death, whether it be disease prevention, providing food, basic housing and things like that, and shelter in situations of pure necessity to save lives.
Is that just in the United States, or
it's around the world? It's international.
Okay.
It's the most cost-effective mechanisms for saving human life around the world.
But those are just estimates. Those aren't going to be like guaranteed numbers.
They're estimates based upon a Lancet study. Yeah.
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 And
so
then
say it had a margin of error of 50%. You're still saving millions of lives.
Well, then also it's international. So where's the money coming from that we're going to spend on this for the international portion of it?
Very small portion of our budget.
What's a very small portion?
You know, it would cost money to enforce abortion law.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you going to get the money to do that?
Yeah, it would depend. I don't know exactly, but
Getting increased taxes on the reg?
I mean, I do think that the rich should be taxed more. Like there should be some changes to the tax.
So you agree with Democrats?
I mean, I'm not going to say that Democrats or Republicans are right or wrong on everything.
Well, Trump through the big beautiful bill disproportionately cut taxes for the rich and wealthy. Most of the money in his bill went to tax cuts for the rich and wealthy, whereas the Democrats want to increase taxes on the rich and wealthy to decrease the deficit.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that.
Okay, so then you agree with the Democrats. So then, what do you agree with Trump on?
The border policy.
Yeah, I knew, and then you knew that was coming. So, what specific aspect of his border policy?
Just being able to have the immigrants be vetted more, so we don't have, more.
So, like you
deaths and
said there were
killings.
less border crossings under Trump's administration as opposed to Biden's administration, right?
There were less border crossings under Trump.
Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, well, not only at the end of Biden's administration was there lower border crossings compared to the end of Trump's first administration on a daily average, but also
but
we can look at the
overall,
end
there
of
were
Obama's
much
administration. We can compare that to the beginning of Trump's first administration. We can see an increase in the level of border crossings under Trump. So then I would just ask you, what's the difference in policy of immigration under the Obama administration versus the Biden administration that then caused a level of increase in immigration crossing under the Biden administration compared to the Obama administration?
Under the 4 years under Biden, there were way more border crossings.
Yeah,
than
but
there
like,
were.
what is
So
the difference in policy under the Biden administration immigration policy as opposed to the Obama administration immigration policy that would have caused that difference in the level of encounters?
Having more border patrol to catch those that are coming across.
Do you think that we had
just
more
stricter
border patrol under
policy.
Obama?
I don't know about the number, but I mean, it's being more strictly enforced.
Okay, so like, what's due to what policy?
I don't know offhand.
Okay, so like, if we can't point to any difference in policy between the Obama administration and the Biden administration, it seems like there's a different
Well, I'm talking
cause
about
for.
the-
Wait,
the
hold up, pause. It seems like there's a different cause to the level of change in encounters than just policy. It seems like the explanation must be, right, probably like maybe inflation, economic insecurity all around the world that had a rapid change during that time period because of supply chain issues relating to the pandemic that then caused more people to want to come to the United States. Plus, you have the Trump like literally going on national television saying, "Oh, the borders are wide open. You can just walk right through," which then caused people to be like, "Oh, the economic conditions I'm in are really bad right now," and Trump saying it's completely open there. I can have better economic conditions by going to the United States. So more people then
How does
decided to flood to the
inflation
United
change
States.
the number
What's
of
up?
immigrants coming over? How does inflation affect the number of immigrants crossing the border?
Economic insecurity around the world. The change in economic insecurity over a certain amount of years.
Immigrants coming across the border to the U.S. like actually watch and care about that? I highly doubt it. They're a very small
Obviously,
portion.
what? Duh.
I mean, are they like, oh, U.S. isn't a good place to go now, we're not going to go? Like, I don't.
Yeah, less
very
people think that the
small
U.S. is a good place to go to. Why do you think tourism has rapidly declined?
I mean, that's not a main reason why immigration or border crossings have gone down.
I would say it is. I would say it's like
Is-
the U.S.
is
is
there-
a less
is there,
desirable
like-
country to go to right now as opposed to when
Is there
Biden was in
research on
office.
that?
The economic conditions are worse. There's not as stable conditions politically speaking. There's
Yeah,
less
but is there,
freedom
like, a
within the
report
country.
on that?
What's up?
Is there a report on that? I
Yeah,
haven't
on
found
every
that
single
hard
one of
to
those
find, I'm
points. Which one
sorry.
are you questioning? And I'll give you a basis for that.
That inflation has affected the amount of people coming across the border. or
Well,
wanting to.
economic insecurity, one measure that you could see for that is the fact that the Biden administration actually tasked Kamala Harris to raise private funds for Central American countries to then reduce the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity. And since she started getting a bunch of companies together to raise private funds, over $5 billion in private funds to build up these economies, it did reduce the amount of people coming to the country. So it was proven from that basis that there was a reduction in the level of crossings coming from those particular countries, given the fact that you address the conditions of economic insecurity.
Has that been affected? has that affected those coming across the border in the past?
Yeah, economic
Like under
insecurity has been a
previous?
cause for people to come to this country. Yes.
I mean, has that affected the number of people wanting to cross the border under other regimes?
Yeah,
'Cause
especially
I've never heard that as an argument for
that
immigrants
economic
coming across.
insecurity would cause people to come to
Yeah,
the United States because they
yeah.
see economic opportunity.
I mean, but the
I think that's like
opportunities
the
here are
age-old
greater than
story
any country
about
they're
the
coming
American
from.
dream.
But the countries that they're coming from are in worse shape than the United States, regardless of
That's
you know
why
the
they saw
conditions.
it to be preferable to come to the United States.
I know, but even when the inflation is higher and economic conditions aren't as great as previous times, like
Can I explain to you
it's
that there
still
was
better
worldwide
now.
inflation? It wasn't just specific to the United States.
Okay, but like the other countries are still. I can't see in a world where anyone that wants to come to the United States are being like, oh, the inflation's higher now, so I don't want to come to the United States. Like that seems like very like
Oh, are you saying the
stretching.
inflation that we see under Trump? I'm not saying that's the sole reason as to why people are not wanting to come here under Trump. Like I'm saying, overall conditions in terms of the economy are worse. It's not just inflation. It's real GDP growth.
Yeah,
It's real median wage growth. It's inflation. It's unemployment. It's real domestic manufacturing investment,
right.
job growth.
And the Dow just hit a record high the other day.
And the level of stock market growth for the Dow Jones and the S&P 500 is at a lower rate of growth over the past year and a half since Trump's been in office, comparative to the last year and a half under Biden's administration. So it's growing at a lower rate since Trump got in office.
Right.
So given that you know that now,
Okay.
is that going to tell you
Yeah.
that Democrats are better? Because like your economic argument seemingly failed, the argument for abortion seemingly failed, and the argument for the border also
Oh, the
failed. It
abortion
seems.
art. No, we never
We
actually
did the
finished the abortion
USAID.
argument.
We addressed that. 14 million
No, the
people
abortion.
will lose their lives by 2030, according to the fact that the U.S., through the context of Doge, cut a USAID.
That was a separate argument from the abortion
That's the
argument.
most relevant argument to who you're going to vote for because it inevitably addresses the most amount of lives saved possible. If you're voting
But it's
based upon
also
wanting
based
to, like when
on
you say you want to make abortion illegal, you want to save as many lives as you can possible, right? By doing that.
yeah.
Okay. So
That is
your
right.
inevitable goal by voting for Donald Trump and trying to make this illegal is to save human lives. Okay, that's your goal. Okay? If your goal is to save human lives and you see that actually voting for Harris would lead to saving millions more lives than anything you could attribute to Trump's administration, then why wouldn't you choose to vote for Harris, who would inevitably lead to you saving more lives?
But what? How
That's
does
the logical
how
conclusion.
does how does making abortions illegal have to do with the other? Like, why can't they be non separate situations? Like, why can't we make abortion illegal and support the USAID to a point? Like, why does it have to be one or the other?
Because
I'm
you're
not seeing
voting
that logic.
for politicians. And it's either the Democrats get in office or the Republicans get in office. That's the reality of the process that we live in.
So
I would love
if
a
we
ranked choice voting system. I would love to change the system. We currently exist in a system where it's either the Republicans or the Democrats. It's either Kamala Harris or it's Donald Trump. And if you're going to make an analysis of who is going to save the most amount of lives possible because you want to support the side that's going to save the most amount of lives possible, that inevitably means that you would have supported Harris over Trump if you were reasonable, considering this information.
I mean, possibly, but I watched an interview with her the other day where they were talking about, you already know it.
And by possibly
They asked her a question
you mean like
about
if you were reasonable, that's what's
no,
possible or not.
if they were asking her about her running again in 2028, and she gave like the most incoherent response. Like I didn't even know what she was talking about.
What did she say that
And
was
that's why I
incoherent?
worked.
Did she say
I-
windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before? Did she say that we should
honestly-
look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19? Did she say that we should nuke hurricanes to fight them?
I mean, it was along those lines, pretty much.
Did she
I
say that if
listened to
Jesus
it.
were the vote counter in California, that Donald Trump would have beat Joe Biden in California?
It literally made no sense what she said.
Okay, so what did she say?
Do you know the comment that I'm talking about?
No, I'd love to hear. What did she say that didn't make sense?
I
Can
don't
you be
know.
specific?
I don't know word for word because it's like literally incoherent.
Okay,
Like,
can,
it
can
was
you
an
address it
interview
in
that she
general?
did.
Can you address it in general?
No.
What was she saying in general?
Look up Google or YouTube the inter. All right, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. It's literally incoherent. I'm not even like making it up.
Okay, go ahead. Go find it.
That's how bad
I'll
it
give you
was.
time.
Oh, I'll find. Okay.
Take your
But
time.
that's what I worry about because, like, if she can't give a coherent response,
Oh,
to why
really?
she wants
You're
to run
really
in
worried about
2028.
someone being coherent? But like I brought up all the points Donald Trump's brought up that are utterly incoherent, and you just like acted like they're not a big problem. You just swiped them
Which-
away like they didn't even matter.
No, like which ones? What are you talking about?
He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should
I
look
think
into
that's just
disinfectant.
like him being like facetious.
No, that's him being serious.
Like I don't think he really means that.
Do you want me
be
to
true.
play the clip of him saying it? He's being serious.
What did he say?
He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before.
Yeah, that's just like rhetoric.
That's just rhetoric? What are you saying,
he-
sir?
Whale strikes, but you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's just like playing around with that.
No, he was being totally serious.
I mean, I
He's
don't.
saying
how do you
windmills
know
are
that?
causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. I can also play a clip of him saying that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, or saying we should nuke hurricanes to fight them, or saying that if Jesus were the vote counter in California that he would have won the vote, or him looking up at an eclipse with his bare eyes. I mean, like, when it's Trump, it's
I think those
okay.
are just throwaway comments.
Wait, wait, what do you mean these are throwaway comments? These are like utterly incoherent things.
Yeah,
He said that
because
he
they don't
drinks
mean
Diet
anything.
Coke because, under his view, because it kills grass, therefore it kills cancer.
Yeah, that's. He's
He
joking
said
around
that
with
privately.
You can't take every
He
single
said that
thing,
privately.
like,
He didn't
word
say this
for word,
publicly.
literally.
He said this privately to Dr. Oz and to his son, and they talked about it. They talked about how he actually legitimately thinks it. He didn't say this publicly. He wasn't joking. He said this
should I
privately.
Should I take that comment and be like, yeah, I don't want to vote for Trump because he said
Yes.
like windmills are
I'm
killing
sorry if you brought that up as a reason as to why you don't support Harris and you couldn't possibly vote for Harris. Well, then it must logically necessitate that these are reasons to not support Trump. Hell, these
I'm
are
not-
significantly worse than anything you could point to in terms of Kamala
I don't-
Harris. You couldn't even
because I think he's
explain
joking
specifically
about those
what you're talking
comments.
about. And I can give you clip after clip after clip of Donald Trump saying the most utterly incoherent things you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah, but I'm giving him the benefit of doubt on those because I think that he's just joking around with that and doesn't mean.
Why aren't you
that.
giving Kamala Harris the benefit of the doubt? And where
Well,
was he
I have-
joking
I
here?
have 4 years of
No, you didn't.
previous Trump. I have 4 years of previous Trump presidential experience to look back on. Versus
What of him?
Kamala, who
What of him
probably
doing
would've been
what?
dumpster
Of
fire.
him saying incredibly incoherent things. Some of these, like, this is what he
Things
did in
that
his
he's-
first. Let's
has
take a
done
look.
for-
Let's take a listen real quick to hear what Donald Trump was saying in his first administration.
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting California.
Okay. It'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows.
Yeah, that was definitely coherent. This is also what he was saying in his first administration. Let's take a listen to this real quick.
And then I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that.
Interesting to check that. If we should be taking Lysol and injecting it into our veins to fight COVID-19, we should take a look into that one. Scientists, get to work. We should see if that is effective or not. Yes, that sounds like a great idea.
Oh, I'm trying to find. Damn it! I can't find that interview for whatever reason.
Okay, so we don't even know what she said, and that's again condemnable. She's the worst candidate. She's so incoherent. She couldn't even run the country. But Donald Trump,
Well,
even though I've mentioned all of these things, you should just overlook these things, right?
Well, I have evidence of what Trump will do versus what Kamala would do.
Yeah. Let's take another listen into like what Trump would do here, real quick.
Last for a very short period of time. So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark
They were just
10 yards
hungry.
away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted?
Sharks
If
are
the boat
easily
is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current.
Can you describe to me what he just said in that statement?
Sharks are easily confused. I don't know. I don't really care about it, to be honest.
You can't tell, right? Because it's so utterly incoherent. You have no clue, right?
I just don't think that.
Like and like because what he just said was so utterly incoherent that you couldn't describe it back to me. That's a reason as to why you shouldn't support him, right?
I think his comments that sound incoherent are like purposeful, and Kamala's aren't.
These are all purposeful. Okay, so give me one clip of Kamala Harris that doesn't make any sense.
I tried to find it. I don't know why I can't find it, but
go ahead. Go ahead. Take your time.
I mean, I can try to find it. I mean,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Take your time.
I mean, they're out there.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go find it. Go find it. Take your time.
Take my word for it. I'm trying to find it.
I'd love to see the clip. I'm genuinely curious.
Like,
what is so much worse than everything I just played?
Because Kamala literally doesn't know what she's talking about, and
so then go find the clip.
Like throwaway comments.
So go find the clip.
I don't know how else to say it, but I think that's what it is.
Okay, so can you go find the clip?
I tried. I can't find it.
So,
it was from an interview.
Go ahead, take some more time. Go find it. I'll give you more time. I can thank some people. I can talk to another person. I can bring someone else up here, and you can stay up here on the live. Just find the clip.
I mean, I'm trying to. I don't want to like waste everyone's time.
No, it's okay. Again, I remember I can bring someone else up and thank some people.
All right, let me.
So go ahead, take your time, find that clip. I would love to see. I'm genuinely curious. What clip is so bad that it's so much worse than everything I just showed you? Like I'm actually really curious.
I wish that I could find it. Like seriously.
No, go ahead, take your time. I'm gonna thank some people and bring up another person here real quick. Nico, thank you so much for the purchase of the $5. Thank you very much, Melissa, with the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. That'd be a funny one to bring up. And then Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Jessica and Zach, thank you for the $10. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Yehoshua, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Always good to see you. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let's get another person up here. In the meantime, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. As always, yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and what month were you born?
July.
Okay,
7th.
and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you have to vote for?
Trump.
And by the way, Bills, I did mute you because you're looking for the clip. Keep looking. I just muted you. Just unmute whenever you're ready. And then go ahead, Ken. Why do you support Trump?
Mainly because of his immigration policies.
Okay, could you give me a specific one?
Anti-illegal immigration.
Wow. When did that policy drop?
Well, I mean, he doesn't let illegal immigrants in. He's not supportive of illegal immigration.
Okay, so like he always holds people accountable for the crimes they commit?
No, just
No, he
specifically
doesn't.
illegal
Just
immigration.
only if they're an undocumented immigrant, right?
Well, he's not directly responsible for everybody across the country. Like,
You know, he is
except for,
directly
like, local
responsible
police
for.
departments.
His administration is directly responsible for having to release the Epstein files, and they haven't done that, even though they're
That is
legally
true,
obligated
but-
to do so. Did you just fucking
But why
flush,
didn't
bro?
Biden? Why didn't Biden release the Epstein files either?
There wasn't an Epstein Files Transparency Act that was passed.
But he had all the power to release it, just like Trump does, and he didn't.
No, he didn't, because there needs to be a Epstein Files Transparency Act passed, which is passed by Congress, then signed into law by the president. So it had to have been passed by Congress in order to be signed into law by Joe Biden.
I mean, yeah, I guess. But like,
Okay, I'm sorry. What is up with? Why did you just do that on the stream, bro?
what?
Why'd you just do that on the stream, bro, and act like none of us were gonna hear that?
Nature called?
Yeah, but like, why on the stream? Why not like mute yourself or like be like, yo, bro, can I have like a few minutes? I want to debate, but can I have like a few minutes?
Well, to be honest, I didn't. I didn't think I was gonna get into the live because there's like a bunch of people in here.
Oh, okay. Well,
So I'll just.
alrighty.
Yeah, but like, you know what I'm saying though, because like illegal immigrants
You're
come
the
in
first
and-
MAGA supporter to at least wash your hands. I'm not gonna lie,
All right, bro, you can't categorize us like that.
dude. I'm not trolling. First person who's ever
other
done that
people
on the
come in
stream
here
that has
pooping?
washed their
Do
hands.
other
I'm
people
not
come in here
trolling.
pooping?
What's up?
Do other people come in here pooping? Am I not
Yes,
the
bro.
first
That's
one?
happened before, and they almost never wash their hands after. Not lying. You hear no washing of hands, but you hear a flush.
Also, I wanted to ask you what your stance is on nutrition and what RFK is doing.
RFK doesn't believe
nutrition.
in science. You need to believe in science in order to have a actual reasonable take on nutrition.
Do you know who Agnes Vonderplanets is?
No,
What about Ray Pete?
I don't know what any of those are supposed to mean.
It's a nutritionist.
Okay, are you supposed to be trolling? Is this you trolling?
No, I actually wasn't trolling. I was being serious about the immigration stuff. But I'm confused why you changed this.
That would make more sense. He was a troll, not actually MAGA.
Oh, okay. I found a clip. It's not. Oh, does he want? Does the other guy want to go now, or?
Oh no! Don't worry. Unless, yeah, go ahead. You can bring up the clip. I'd love to hear it.
I found the clip. It's not the one I was looking for, but and it's not as bad as that. But I'll play it anyway.
Yeah, I'd just love to hear.
Many things, but not being subtle.
Okay. This is from. She's speaking at the Civil Rights Convention. This is from April 10th.
Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it. But let me say this. Let me say this. I am thinking about it. But let me also say this.
Yeah, you just said that.
Look, I served for 4 years, being a heartbeat away from the presidency of the United States.
Thank you for stating the obvious.
I spent countless hours in my West Wing office, footsteps away from the Oval Office. I spent countless hours in the Oval Office in the Situation Room. I know what the job is.
Okay, I'll keep playing it, but this is the answer to the question, and she's just like, this is what she does in like every interview. It's like states facts that everyone already knows already. It's like
she says true things. Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
but
The
we already know
criticism
she's
of
trying-
Kamala Harris is that she says true things. After I just played a bunch of things of Donald Trump saying utterly incoherent things, what is so horrible about what Kamala Harris says? They're true. Everyone knows them to be true. She's saying things that are facts.
Yeah, everyone knows. Why does she need to repeat them? She's stating an answer for running for president in 2028. We knew you were the VP. Why do you have to say that?
There's
That's
a
not
million
reason I'm gonna
people
vote
that are
for
each
you.
asking her the question. There are actually, by the way, there are points where I've said things over and over again on my stream. Okay, are you gonna clip that and be like, Parker's incoherent? What? That would be the most
But I
incoherent
want
thing
a
to
better
say.
answer. I want a better. But she did this in every interview where she just like repeats like.
Wait, this
obvious
isn't
things
an.
that
Wait,
answering
wait,
the
wait. I'm sorry.
questions.
This isn't anything incoherent. This is literally
I'm
her
not saying-
saying she's
I didn't
thinking
say
about
it was-
running. She served
didn't
for
say it
4
was
years. She
incoherent.
was close to the presidency, and she knows what the job is.
All right, let me clarify. That I'm not saying this is incoherent, but this is.
That's
a
what you
reason
were
why I
earlier
wouldn't
saying.
vote for her. I know. I'm not okay. So let me clarify. I'm not saying this is incoherent, but another reason why I wouldn't vote for her is that the answers to important questions in many interviews that she has done have not been satisfactory to me.
Okay, so then go.
She just repeats. a
Wow,
lot of them
there
are
was
like,
there
"Let me
was a
take
few
you back to my
interviews where the
childhood of
answers. Wait, do you
1972,"
see the critique? Do you see the criticism? Like, I gave you all those clips of utterly incoherent things that Trump has done, and you're like, you know what? There was a few questions she's been asked where I've had unsatisfactory answers. That was
I
such a
think that's
small.
worse.
Think. No, it's not.
But
That's such a
that's worse
small
than what Trump
criticism.
said.
That's such a small criticism as compared to what I just brought up with Trump. I can give you a million
How is that a
times where
small
Donald Trump has.
criticism? That's all I have to go off of to
Pause.
vote for-
I can give you a million times
Dude, let me
where
get
Donald
in.
Trump has given unsatisfactory answers to a question. I can give you a
Okay.
million times of
Not
that.
as bad
Are you
as
going to act like
Kamala.
that doesn't really? Give me
Yeah,
a single
really.
clip of Kamala Harris's that's worse than Trump.
And
You
I-
still have yet to
and
do
I
that.
I don't know. I mean, I could possibly find it, but every
Yeah,
single
you just said that
interview
you were
has
going to
been the
find
same
it. I
thing.
gave you time. You found the clip that you were
I could-
referencing, and you literally showed a clip that was totally coherent, where she made sense,
So
where your
you're-
whole criticism of her was she was saying things that we all know to be true. What?
So the answer to running for president in 2028, like the portion that you heard, is that would you want to run to the ballot and be like, I want to vote for that person
Over Trump?
based
Absolutely.
on her answer?
Okay. Over Trump? Absolutely.
But you're a liberal.
Over
so, I mean,
Vance?
you're-
Absolutely. Over Marco Rubio, Lil Marco, of course. Name one
Yeah, but
Republican
you're-
that is
you're
preferable.
leaning- you're
Seriously, name a
biased
single
that way,
Republican that is preferable.
To who? Kamala?
Yeah, name a single Republican.
I can tell you Republicans are begging for Kamala to be the
Yeah,
Democratic.
name a single Republican that is better than Kamala Harris.
Vance, Rubio.
Vance and Rubio. However, can you name one accomplishment of Vance as vice president?
Not offhand, no. But I think he would be a better. Even without that, I think he'd be a better.
So
think
by the
he'd be
way,
better
so
than
you think he's so much better, but you can't even name a single accomplishment of JD Vance.
Because Kamala hasn't accomplished really anything, and she didn't
Really?
do
She
anything
had the
as-
most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, including the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin. Plus, I told you earlier about the raising over $5 billion of private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon economic insecurity, the brokering of the deals in terms of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the PACT Act, and literally the bipartisan
of that
infrastructure bill that
actually-
Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine.
Is any of that actually good? Or
Yes,
good
all of those
based
are
on what
great
you think?
policies. All of those are
Based on
fantastic
what?
things. You couldn't mention a single accomplishment of JD Vance. Now, let me ask you this question. Can you
Yeah,
name
I
a
have
single
to do
accomplishment?
research.
Let me ask you a question. Can you name a single accomplishment of Marco Rubio in his entire career?
No.
So you just said that they're better candidates than Kamala Harris, but you know nothing about them?
Because I'm basing it on, can Kamala be the president and run the country and
But you
be in
don't even
that
know
role?
what either of those two guys have done. How can you evaluate that they would be good to take care of the country? Is it just
I
their
mean, I would have
proximity to Trump?
no. I would have to do research on it.
So
but
then why were you willing to say that you would support them over instead of just saying, "Oh, I still needed to do research"? You said that they're preferable Republicans to Kamala
because
Harris.
what I know about Kamala, I don't want to vote for her.
Okay, so name one policy. Name one
lesser-
policy that Kamala Harris advocated for that you disagree with.
I mean, I can't do that. I'd have to have to look at it. But I'm basing it on when
Dude,
she
this
becomes-
guy. What's so bad
Are
about
you
Kamala
not-
Harris?
you're not
You can't
understanding,
mention
like,
a
my
single
stance?
policy. You can't mention any accomplishments of JD Vance and or Marco
we're talking
Rubio.
about when
You know
they're
nothing,
president.
dude. You are so misinformed.
We're talking about the presidency in years at that point, like past stuff.
Yeah, the election's in like 2.5 years, dude.
Yeah, right.
Okay, that's
So
and you know
basing
nothing.
it on who can do that job better, Kamala or whoever the Republican.
Yeah, Kamala
representative.
Harris would do so much better than any of them, and she's not even the only
Well, how do you know
Democratic
that
candidate.
based on
Every
just
single
those
one of the
few
top
things?
Democratic candidates is preferable than every single one of the top Republicans. You can't name a single Republican that is actually good.
Oh my god, dude!
What's
I
up?
Can't even. I'm trying to say something and I can't get it in. Even if all of those things that Kamala did were positives, how does that relate to her being a good presidential candidate? How does that?
Those are
how does that relate
accomplishments.
to- Right, but that doesn't
Yeah.
guarantee that she's
How
gonna
are
be a good
accomplishments going to be pointed to as something that would be beneficial or show that they're more qualified? You don't think accomplishments are going to be relevant to whether or not someone's a qualified candidate? Come on, bro. Use your brain.
It's not a guarantee.
Of course, nothing's a guarantee, but it's a better
So
indicator.
Trump hasn't done good.
Wait, hold up.
past
Hold up.
good-
If you're in a gym class and you're picking someone to be on your team, are you going to pick the person with more accomplishments or less accomplishments to be on your team if you want to win?
I mean, yeah, I get the analogy. but,
You're going to pick the person with more accomplishments, right?
yeah, but this is a little more intricate than a basketball game.
Okay, sure. So then tell me. You can't even name any of the intricacies. You don't know any of the policies you disagree with Kamala Harris
so
on.
do
That
you
you have
not
this
agree with
vehement
it?
disagree with her on. Wait, you vehemently disagree with Kamala Harris on her presence of existence. That's it. That's the only thing that you could mention you disagree with her on is her presence of existence.
No, I mean, no, I'm not like vehemently hating on her, but I just based on
You can't
like,
mention
her
anything you
plan,
actually
I can't-
disagree with her on, other than like it sounds like the fact that she's a black woman is like the only thing that could possibly be the explanation. Other than
she could
you
be
just like
white and-
you have some vibe against her.
No, I'm not racist. It doesn't have to do with skin color. Believe me.
So you're misogynistic. It's because she's a woman.
No, I don't care if it's a woman or a man, black or white. I really don't care. The
Okay, so
answers
then
to
what
her
is the
question-
explanation for why you have this huge disagreement with Kamala Harris?
Because her vibe and the answers to questions.
Her vibe.
Okay. The answers to her questions do not give me reasons to believe that she would be a good presidential candidate. That's the main thing about it.
But you couldn't mention any of these times where she answered that didn't make any sense or is going to be a reason as to why you don't support her. Because like you
but they
literally
don't
look at
answer any
Trump as like a preferable candidate.
So do you agree with anything that Trump has done in the past at all? Do you agree with anything? Like, can you name one thing?
Operation Warp Speed. Now, can you name something that Kamala Harris has done that you agree with?
No, I just want to go with that. So he did something that you agree with. So why would that not lead to you wanting to vote for Trump? Like, if I agreed with some of Kamala's
I'm sorry,
past
you're
stuff-
insane. Because I disagree with him on practically every single issue. I am
Okay.
like, I had to dig to find Operation Warp Speed for a while. Okay? That's like
But-
the
but
only
why-
fucking thing that you could possibly point to. Like,
But what is,
actually,
like,
it's
the root-
nuts, bro.
What's the root cause that you disagree with, like, every single thing that Trump has passed?
Because he's fucking
Like, how it-
insane. That's the root cause. Donald Trump is
But
delusional.
he's in his second term as president. So how?
Wait, I'm sorry. Name one thing redeemable about Trump.
Successful businessman.
He had 6 bankruptcies. He inherited $400 million from his dad. And he's made most of his money from the position of presidency. He's almost tripled his net worth from the Oval Office. That's called insider trading. That's not being a good businessman.
You don't think he was a good businessman prior to being the president? How was he so rich then?
No, because
Where
he
did he get
inherited
all his money?
$400 million accounting for inflation from his dad. If you inherited $400 million from your
didn't-
dad, I bet you would also be very rich.
He didn't. He didn't inherit 400 million.
Yes, he did. Look it up.
Are you talking about what he inherited at the very beginning of his?
He inherited $400 million accounting for inflation from his dad. And what he referenced he started his business with was a small loan of $1 million, which, by the way, it would be like $6 million starting with. Do you think you would be rich if you started with $6 million to start a business? He bankrupt 6 times off that, including 2 casinos.
What's his net worth now?
$6.5 billion, which mostly was made from the position of presidency over the last 2 years through market manipulation and insider trading, and literally dropping
Insider
meme coin and
trading?
rug pulling it, the Truth Social.
Trump was accused of insider trading.
Dude, he's literally buying stocks that he's then signing deals on are relevant to the stock. Like he bought Nvidia stock and
Is
then signed a
this-
deal with China to be able to allow them to sell fucking chips in China. Do you understand that's obviously insider trading, okay?
Can you give me
Think
the
of the
report
glowing
on that?
jellyfish. Do you think Nancy Pelosi was insider trading?
I don't know.
You don't know, really. Now Republicans have so much ignorance. They don't know if Nancy Pelosi is a criminal.
I don't
view,
know about.
after they
I don't
spent the
know
last
about-
fucking decade calling her a criminal and an insider trader.
I don't know about that situation. Is what I mean.
Okay, sure.
So what's the website I can go to about the insider trading for Trump, so I can read about it?
Wait, say that one more time.
What's the site that I can go to about the insider trading with Trump?
Yeah,
so I can read about it.
you can specifically read into his own what he buys, because he has to write off what he's buying in terms of the individual single stocks, such as
So how is
Nvidia.
that insider trading?
Because he's buying private stocks that he has information on are going to then increase in value because of contracts and deals that he's going to sign with foreign countries to increase the demand for a certain product that that company is selling. That is by
Right, I
definition
know it-
insider. Can you define insider trading?
I know what insider trading is.
Define
I'm
it.
trying
No,
to-
give me a definition.
When you're profiting off of, you get insider information that the general public doesn't have, and then
Yeah.
you profit off that.
Yeah, is that not exactly what I just described?
I know, but what I'm saying is, where's the proof that any of that happened? I'm just trying to find that out.
Yeah. Look up Trump buys $1 million in Nvidia stock.
So why has nothing come of it? Like, why has he not been reprimanded or anything?
Oh, because
for that?
Republicans won't impeach him. Look up Donald Trump individual stock trades, and you'll see a whole list of individual. It's not just Nvidia; it's a bunch of individual stock trades since day one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know about that. I'd have to research it, I guess.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's true or not.
It is.
I'm not gonna say yes or no.
It is.
But
He dropped a meme coin and then rug pulled it. Trump coin? Did you buy Trump coin?
no.
Why not?
See, this is like it's
Do you,
too.
do you think
it's
that would?
too
Do
much
you think
like,
that would have been a good investment?
I don't even know what Trump coin is.
It's a meme coin he dropped.
Okay. I don't know anything about that. But I mean, this is just leading to like there's so much like Bill's Mafia joined. Nice. Sorry. There's so much like minutia going back and forth from both sides that's like this is basically why I don't vote, because like no, my vote doesn't matter anyway. But even if I were to vote, it's just like there's so much like confusion and minutia going around that it's like it's hard to even know what's true and what's not anymore.
No, it's not. I'm gonna be honest
I
with you,
mean-
it's not.
I mean, it is
Like-
like I follow it like pretty decently, and you're saying a lot of stuff that like, granted, I don't know a lot about, but it's just like
Like, if you believe in
There's a
basic
lot of
science, you can
research
fact
has
check
to
Trump.
go into them.
If you believe in basic science, you can fact check Trump.
Yeah, but I don't know. What am I to believe is true or not? Like you're saying, believe this,
Science.
and other things are saying believe
Science.
this side. Science for what?
Do you think COVID vaccines are safe and effective?
Didn't we already go over this? Like I heard on both sides. Like it is. It isn't.
Sorry, I'm still talking to you. Jeez. Wait.
What?
How long have you been talking?
A while. You can bring up someone else if you want.
No, I'm just like I'm genuinely, yeah, we've been talking like nearly the whole stream. Sorry, I thought I had moved on to another person from the beginning of the stream. I've been talking to you the whole time. Yeah,
I mean, you can
well,
bring up someone else.
I mean that's why. But like, okay, so do you get my points though? At least any of them?
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, I don't know a lot about the points that you're saying. Like, I honestly don't.
Do you want
have a
to
lot
do
of
research and
information
come back and try again?
I mean, sure. I mean, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
But I mean, what you mean now or?
yeah, I actually kind of do.
How about I come back when are you doing your next stream?
Every day.
What time?
Tomorrow probably later in the day, like 5 p.m. Pacific.
Are you Pacific time?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come back tomorrow.
All right. See ya. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Jamie, thank you so much for the corky, by the way. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Omega, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. And Wano, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say hi again.
Huh? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Do you support Trump?
I don't support Trump. You're just an awesome person up here, just trolling.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Agreed upon in the final deal. So that's
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. As always, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Oh, okay. Well, they said it as soon as I kicked them. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
Sorry, Park, I didn't mean to come up.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 38 years old.
Do you support Trump?
There's some things I agree with, some things I disagree with.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think Harris is a moron.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
I think when it comes to politics, you know, I think a lot of the politics are two-faced. So you see something on TV, and behind closed doors, they're differently. I think Trump, whatever you see, the way you agree or disagree, whatever you see from him, you could tell he's like that behind closed doors. I don't think there's a secret version of him when it comes to politics. Where I think everybody, from all my life, especially Democrats, they just have a persona where they just, their persona on TV or on the mic is very decorated, but that's not who they really are.
You already got a flag for something, harassment and bullying. You must have gone on some other live and did something. They just got a flag for harassment and bullying. How? Like, it definitely was not from my stream. That's annoying that I got the fucking violation for something they did on a prior stream. Like, bro, that's so annoying. Yo, it's Apology?
No.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
We are Parker, get a job.
Diabolical. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him, but I don't know if I still should continue supporting him.
Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, or you could choose not to vote, what would you choose to do?
I would choose not to vote, but I really haven't.
I recommend to watch the streams. That's the best way to hear, like, what side they're probably going to end up leaning towards. To be honest with you, that's the best way to hear it. I do have some people to thank. Ayana, thank you so much for the $1.50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. As well as SJ, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you very much on PayPal. It's always good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for SJ in the comment section right now. As well as Brandon, thank you for the $1. Sarah as well, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? And then Joe, thank you so much for those too. That would actually have been perfect to bring up. Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate those. As well as Kelsey, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, he did buy stuff relating to the UFC, and then he literally did that. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Carl, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know, right? And Ali, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I try my best. I try my best. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody.
Parker, get.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Junk, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
August.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Unitary executive theory.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's about you?
Sorry. I misclicked.
You're good, you're good. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Mm-hmm.
What's your birth year?
07.
And what month?
August.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
All of his policies. I mean, his economic policies, his foreign policies, domestic policies, everything.
Economic policies, foreign policies. Okay. Can you name one economic policy of Trump's that he's influenced to get passed that's benefit the average American more than it's benefit the rich?
I mean, I don't know specific names, but I mean the tariffs, all of his economic policies. I mean, he doesn't. It's not really like a specific thing. It's everything he's done.
So tariffs definitely have not disproportionately helped the middle class. They actually, the revenue disproportionately negatively impacts, or the taxes disproportionately negatively impact the lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So if you increase the cost of consumer goods by imposing tariffs, that disproportionately negatively impacts them.
But it's more of a short-term trade-off for a long-term benefit.
What benefit?
For bringing manufacturing back to the USA.
And have you seen domestic manufacturing investment in the country go up or go down?
Go up.
Really? What's your source?
I don't have a specific source, but I could find one or enough.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you, $200 that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined in under Trump's administration since he got in office.
Would you say real domestic manufacturing?
Yeah, which means accounting for inflation. Yeah.
Okay, let me try to find something here.
Do you want to bet on that? $200?
I don't want to bet on that.
You don't? Why not? You just said
Well,
you just said the tariffs are bringing a huge benefit to the country, right?
I mean, you
and you
work
said this
hard,
is the
man.
benefit. I'm just curious. Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet $200 on that?
You work way too hard for me to steal your money.
Oh, really? So then put your money on it. You're too scared.
How am I scared?
Do it. I promise you, you'll lose.
No, I'm not. I never lose, just like Daddy Trump.
Okay. Do you want to do it?
What?
What? Take the bet.
I literally have info right here.
Really? Take the bet. Then take the bet.
I don't want to take your bet.
Okay. Well, I knew you wouldn't. So, if you take a look at this is real domestic manufacturing investment in the country since Trump's got in office. Let's take a quick look at this real quick. Do you see this graph?
Yeah, it's pretty small, but I can kind of see it.
Oh yeah. Do you want me to make it? Here.
Yeah.
You can see
What
this.
years are this? Oh, I see it. Okay.
I'll show you. You'll see. I promise. So you see, this is when Trump gets in office right here, in his first term. Okay. This is when he leaves office.
Yeah. Look at that boom.
This is when Biden gets in office. This is under Biden. This is when Biden leaves office. This is Trump. This is Trump. This is Trump. This is Trump. And this is Trump. That's all Trump. All this decline right here is all Trump.
Well,
so
obviously,
you say tariffs are bringing back manufacturing to this country.
Obviously, it's going to take
sir,
a couple
how
years
if
for it to
domestic
kick in.
manufacturing investment is declining? Can you explain to me how tariffs are bringing back manufacturing to this country?
Obviously, it takes a couple. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen over a couple of years. So it's basically reversed. 2016, you see when the tariffs kick in.
It's going to happen over years. You mean when the tariffs aren't in place anymore? Because the tariffs that Trump originally put in place, the universalized tariffs he put in place, were taken down by the Supreme Court to be unconstitutional. So he used a different, I think it's Section 304 tariffs, which are only going to be in effect for 150 days from when they were implemented, which was in April, which then leaves them to not be in place in a few months. So given that they won't be in place in a few months, how are they going to bring back domestic manufacturing multiple years down the line when they're not even in place anymore?
I mean, I think you'll see them go up. I mean, I might be wrong on this, but can he not just renew that 150 days?
No.
No.
It has to be renewed by Congress.
Can't?
Which Congress is not going to vote on that.
But isn't Congress Republican majority right now?
But they need 60 votes. And even the Republicans won't vote for it.
Why not?
Because they don't want universalized tariffs.
Because they don't want the country to be better?
Universalized tariffs don't make the country better.
How so?
I've shown you. We've actually seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing
You showed
investment
me one-
every quarter of Trump's administration so far.
You showed me one.
So can you name to me one benefit of the tariffs so far?
Bringing revenue.
Really? Because again, that was deemed to be unconstitutional, which means it got rid of
Yes,
that.
they
But by the
were
way, any
bringing
tax can
revenue.
provide that. And if you want to bring more revenue, so then you disagree with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Because that reduced
No.
revenue.
No, but it helped American families.
Okay, so don't you think reducing tariffs would help American families?
It just like I said earlier, it's going to hurt in the short term, but then in the long term, it is going to help.
Okay, so then couldn't you say that with any other tax?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so then you disagree with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
But that's different. That's a completely different thing.
Why? Because it disproportionately goes to the rich and wealthy?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Most of the money in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and in the Big Beautiful Bill go to the rich and wealthy.
So how can you say, okay, so about the Big Beautiful Bill, how can you say that when it literally reduces tax on tips and overtime?
That's a very small portion of the bill. And that's also
what was
supported by Democrats?
What was the other stuff again? It was ICE funding, and then it was, didn't it bring a bunch of healthcare or something?
It reduced access to healthcare by 10 million people. 10 million people are losing their access to health insurance through Medicaid through the Big Beautiful Bill. 2.5 million people are
Okay,
losing access
How,
to their food stamps on average every single month, and over 420,000 children are losing their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month as well.
how why would they do that?
Because they're cruel. Because they
Well,
want to take from the poor and give to the rich. That's literally reverse Robin Hood.
I don't think it is, dude. I mean, Trump's gonna die in a few years. We all know that. Why would he? Why would he not want to help as many people as he can?
Because he's greedy, selfish, self-centered.
Okay, if he was like 30, like obviously he's gonna be more greedy. We all know he's gonna expire in a few years, regardless if you're Democrat, Republican. I mean, but
Also, he doesn't want to go to jail.
well, doesn't he have immunity?
Because he's president.
Yeah, exactly.
You're asking why he wanted to become president.
Well, yeah, obviously he wanted to become
Maybe
president
because
so
he
can go
wants to
jail.
not be held accountable for the
Anybody
crimes that
would
he's
do that.
committed.
If you were being indicted, you would want to not go to jail, right? Just like
You're kind of proving my point, sir.
just like who's that guy? Who's the
I don't
Hassan
care.
Piker?
What? Dude?
Have you not seen that Hassan Piker is being like indicted or whatever?
He has not been indicted.
He literally, hold on, let me search this up. I
Yeah,
swear I saw that he
they're
got,
they're like
he's
they're
being
taking a look into
investigated.
him, but he hasn't been indicted.
Oh, he didn't get indicted yet. Okay.
Yeah, which this isn't a good thing. You think that's a good thing? That they're actively going after people who
Well,
they
if he did
politically
something
disagree
wrong.
with?
If he did something wrong.
What did he do wrong?
Well, I don't know what he did wrong, but I'm saying if the DOJ thinks he did something wrong, then
Do you think it's wrong to, for example, provide humanitarian aid to people in Cuba?
no.
Okay, so if he did that, you would say that's not wrong.
Wait, say that again. What?
Yeah, is it wrong to provide humanitarian aid to people in Cuba?
No, of course not.
Well, so if he did that, you would say it's not wrong, right?
If he did that, I would say it's right if he brought them aid, and if he didn't, then
You would actually
obviously
say
I
it's
don't like-
right. Right?
I would say it's right if.
Okay, so
he
let's just
brought-
clarify. So that's what they're claiming he did. That was wrong.
Who?
Hassan. The
He
federal
brought
government
aid?
is claiming because he brought humanitarian aid to Cuba that he violated a sanction.
What sanction?
Like a sanction that the U.S. has on Cuba because they're trying to prevent resources from going to Cuba.
Isn't Cuba our ally though?
The Trump administration is not operating like that. The
But
Trump
was Cuba-
administration is actively cutting off resources to Cuba.
Was Cuba our ally before?
Was Cuba our ally? But I don't know if I would consider them our ally, but it definitely wasn't in the same sort of conditions as what we have right now under Trump.
So you think we're less of allies with Cuba than right now?
Of course, yes. I guess I could say
Okay.
that.
Well, yeah, I don't really look too much into what we're doing with Cuba.
That's
I mean, we
okay.
don't
So
really-
but you just said that wouldn't be wrong for Hassan to do. That's literally what they're claiming they want to investigate that he did. Was
Okay, well, then,
literally
yeah,
go to Cuba and give food to people in need. Like
Well,
that's
then, yeah, I
literally what they're
definitely-
claiming he did wrong.
I definitely think that's wrong, and if he gets charged or anything, then that's not right.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't saying what he did wrong. What he
No,
did
no,
was
I'm
wrong.
saying
Instead, you're saying
if
it
he
was
gets
what?
charged, then that's wrong. He does not deserve to get in trouble for helping Cubans.
Okay, so then, what's your broader point here? So like, why do you still support Trump?
I mean, I can't really name like one thing. It's just everything.
It's just everything. Wow, that sounds like a really solid reason.
Well, I'm not gonna sit here like for 20 minutes explaining like every single thing.
You're not
I
going to
mean,
sit here for 20 minutes explaining every single thing?
I mean, that would waste you and your viewers' time and my time.
You can just explain why you still support Trump. And wait, why not? Like, I literally have people on for like an hour all the time.
Yeah, that Buffalo Bills guy was on here for like an hour. That was crazy.
Yeah.
But-
You've already been on for 11 minutes, so chop chop.
Okay, sorry about that.
By chop chop, I mean explain why you support Trump.
Okay.
Like, you have plenty of time.
So what? We talked about economics. What do you want to go do next?
Yeah, why do you support Trump? Because everything you brought up, we've debunked so far.
I think cutting the fraud and waste out.
Himself? You mean Trump? Trump is the fraud and waste.
Have you seen what happened in Minnesota?
Yeah, the U.S. the ICE murdered U.S. citizens in broad daylight.
No, I'm talking about the fraud in Minnesota.
Oh, that is proportionally on a per capita rate happening at more than 2 times at a lesser rate than what's happening in Florida?
What's happening in Florida?
Yeah, there's almost 2 times the per capita rate of fraud in Florida, or more than 2 times the rate of per capita fraud in Florida, as opposed to Minnesota. Did you know that?
What kind of fraud?
Total fraud.
But what do you mean total fraud?
I'm talking about total fraud.
Okay, let me look into this. Hold on.
Yep.
Florida fraud.
Yeah.
Healthcare scams.
Look up fraud per capita. Because you want to account for population. Right, thank you so much for the hand art. They even have a higher level of fraud than California as well. Per capita.
Floridians lose hundreds of millions of dollars to scams annually. Statewide. Is this data accurate or no?
Yeah, are you on Forbes right now?
I'm on... Dude, it's this stupid Google AI thing.
Go to Forbes.
Okay,
because that's where they have like a, when you look it up, that's like the source that comes up. Thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much, Uncle John. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about now.
Mm-hmm.
Where is... Oh, wait, I have to pay?
You shouldn't have to. I didn't have to. If you just look up fraud per capita, you should be able to find it.
Yeah, I mean, I do see that they're one of the highest states. What about Minnesota? Let me look at Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota's per capita lower.
But it's still estimated $1 to $9 billion in Minnesota.
Okay.
Like, that's still a lot of money. I mean, we can agree that
of course,
all
but the
fraud
per
is
capita
bad,
rate
right?
in Florida is significantly higher.
We can agree that all fraud is bad. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Florida or Minnesota. He's going to end it all.
I agree, but like, why are we only focusing on Minnesota? Why do people only bring that up and act like
'cause
Democrats don't address fraud? We go after fraud all the time.
Yeah, like Biden's fraud.
What fraud did Biden commit?
Not Biden specifically, but Pelosi, like her insider trading. I mean, Trump
that wouldn't be
insider
fraud,
trading.
and that's her husband, right?
Yeah, you don't agree with that, right?
Do you think that's fraud? Because then you think Trump's committing fraud when he's doing insider trading with literally individual stocks he's trading. So by the way, there's a better argument for that Trump is insider trading than Nancy Pelosi, by far.
But it's not Trump. It's his personal finance people.
That's embarrassing. His personal finance people are putting money into individual stocks that he's then selling trades on. Come on. You know, but by the way, that's exactly. I want to clarify.
That's what
Nancy
every
Pelosi claims that again, all of the things that are traded by her husband, right, or by an individual stock trade thing, right?
So then you don't believe Trump when he says that it's his personal finance people?
Hell no. And even so, that still is insider
So
trading.
you believe
You still shouldn't be able to do that
Pelosi-
from the position of presidency. You
You
should not be
believe
able to buy individual stocks from the position of presidency.
Yes, that's
you should only be
exactly
able to
what
buy
I'm
the S&P
saying.
500, and that's it.
We both agree with that. We both agree that fraud is bad. So then why is Pelosi allowed to do it and Trump?
I just said I think that literally the entirety of everyone who's running, them and their close loved ones need to be completely divested and only invest in S&P 500. That's the only thing I think should be allowed, is like an overall
agree
index
with
fund
you.
like that. So that's my
I agree
position.
with you.
I don't believe that they should be able to trade individualized stocks.
And you say that for all congressmen and women too.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, and so and Trump is undermining that to a great extent. Like a greater extent than you'd be able to point to Democrats on. So if you actually care about these issues that you're saying you care about right now, then you probably shouldn't support Trump. Like, I just don't see how you can say the Republican Party is better at addressing these things when clearly he's actually, or overall, the Republican Party's worse off at addressing this over and over and over again.
I mean, so you think if Democrats win in 2028, what do you think is going to happen to Trump and all the fraud? Do you think they're going to arrest him or what?
I think that there's going to be huge and major investigations. This might even happen with like right now, like or go through the midterms. Huge investigations into the corruption and the use of the government in order to make money. Yeah, that's definitely going to be something that happens.
But I mean, I can almost guarantee you that every president and
nope, not every
members of their
president has done
cabinet-
this.
What about like all the cabinet members?
Jimmy Carter had to sell his peanut farm. Did you know that?
His peanut farm?
Yeah, because people
Why did he
thought
have a
possibly a
peanut
foreign
farm?
country could use his peanut farm in order to be able to give him money. And that he could use
Yeah.
his peanut farm in order to facilitate getting money from foreign companies or foreign countries.
Well, I think that's great for him. I think that he did the right thing.
That's so again, if that's something that we historically have done, why is Trump able just to like get away with this and you guys don't care?
Well, I mean, I definitely do care. That's what I'm saying.
So then why do you still support him? Like, you're just completely willing to overlook these things.
How am I willing to overlook these things?
You're still willing to vote for him, even though you have a preferable alternative.
What's my preferable alternative?
Harris.
Do you think she's gonna run again in 2028 or no?
Probably. I
If
mean,
it was-
I would prefer a progressive like AOC within the party, but I would definitely think she's better than any Republican candidate that is in the top of her candidacy, or even anyone could mention.
So if it was Newsom versus Kamala in the primaries, in the Democratic primaries, who would you rather see as the candidate?
Harris.
Over Newsom?
Yeah.
And would you pick Harris over AOC or no?
No, I'd pick AOC over Harris.
That's interesting. I've never heard someone actually think that.
Well, now you have.
What? Who just said dingbat in the chat? I'm not a dingbat.
Okay,
My
why are
bad.
you just randomly saying that in the middle of the conversation?
Sorry, your chat doesn't like me for some reason.
Maybe because you're a Trump supporter.
But regardless of politics, don't you think that everyone should be like equal or treated the same?
I don't think you believe that because you're MAGA.
What?
Yeah, I think in order to be okay with supporting Trump over the Democrats, that you have to be okay with not treating people fairly. And treating people horribly.
Who doesn't treat people fairly?
Trump.
And what evidence do you have for that?
Hey, pardon violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots, called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He said that he was glad that Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller are dead.
Well, I mean, the January 6th thing, obviously anybody who beat police officers or tried to kill Pence shouldn't be walking this earth, but...
Okay, but Donald Trump pardoned them and called them patriots.
He pardoned the evil ones?
Yeah, he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
I don't know what to say. I mean...
Maybe that you don't support Trump?
I mean... we'll see what happens. He still has 2 years left.
Okay,
And
so why can't you just say you don't support
uh,
him? Like, what you can already tell that he's a horrible person, that he's
well, because
dividing the country, that he's supporting
still
violent rhetoric
he's still the
and violent
president, though.
individuals. Just
But
because
he's still
someone's
the
the president doesn't mean you have to support their actions.
well.
If you
I
lived in
mean,
Russia, would you support Putin's actions?
yeah.
If you lived in Nazi Germany, would you support Hitler's actions during the Holocaust?
That's a completely different time. Obviously,
So you'll say no, right? So then why the hell would you defend what Putin's doing? Are you pro Putin? Are you pro Russia?
I'm not a citizen of Russia. If I was a citizen of Russia, I would have different views.
But if you were a citizen of Nazi Germany, then you would then support Hitler?
Likely.
Wait, no, based upon your value structure, if you were to be put there right now, based upon your value structure that you currently have.
Not me not my
Okay, so
personal...
just because someone is your leader doesn't mean you should support them in all scenarios, no matter what they do, right?
But Trump is not Hitler, or he's not Putin.
I understand, but that doesn't mean that he can't do something that would get you to say that you don't support him anymore. Just because someone is your leader doesn't mean you have to support them.
If Trump does something extreme, or
can you give me an example of something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I think, I mean, like, probably bombing, like dropping like a nuclear bomb on Iran.
Okay, that's it. That's all he could do. It has to be up to that.
No, I mean, there's a lot of things. Like, if the Epstein thing is true and he's like a pedophile, then yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, then why is he preventing the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to release all of them? Why was the DOJ scrubbing files associated with interviews that had allegations against Trump?
That was Pam Bondi and the other guy. What was that guy's name?
Todd Blanche.
Now?
That's who Trump decided to put into that position.
I'm sure eventually they'll all get released.
And Trump is instructing them to do these things. You know that, right?
How isn't the DOJ and the executive branch separate?
Not under Trump. Trump doesn't believe in separation. Under Biden and Harris's administration, yes, there was separation. Under the current administration, there's not separation.
So you're saying he's like he So you're saying he doesn't abide by separation of powers?
Not for the Department of Justice.
Okay. But I mean, surely there would be why is this not a bigger thing then? Why does nobody talk about it then?
Because Trump has tried to do everything he can to prevent people from talking about it. I mean, he started a war with Iran to prevent people from talking about it. He explicitly said that anyone who wants them to be released in the first place never supported him, ever.
Do you think the whole Iran war was just to deflect from the Epstein files?
I think that's a huge reason. I don't think it's the only reason, but I think it's a huge reason.
What about like knocking out their let's say they hadn't. Let's say
I mean, we're in a worse position right now than we were a year ago or 10 years ago under the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal that was established under Obama.
But weren't we giving them billions of dollars?
We're giving them more money right now. $300 billion they could possibly get access to through Gulf State funding for reconstruction.
But isn't that only if they're being good?
Yeah, if they abide by the same conditions that were already established under the Iran nuclear deal, where they were only given $1.7 billion because of where we stole money from them, $400 million that then accrued interest to $1.7 billion. That's what we gave them. And then we got rid of sanctions under the Iran nuclear deal. Under Trump's administration, they're getting rid of sanctions, and they're also helping fund reconstruction, $300 billion within the country.
So let's just realistically say that Iran gets a little boy nuclear bomb, and he drops it on...
Trump got them closer to a nuclear weapon because he literally pulled out of the JCPOA.
No, but let's just realistically say they have a nuclear bomb, and are you just okay with them like having that and being able to drop it on us and exterminate us all?
Well, one, even if they had one, doesn't mean that they can drop it on our country. They don't even have the capacity to do that. And then two,
What?
even so, yes, we want to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon, right? But
So
I mean, there are political scientists that say that there could be less conflict in the region given that they do have a nuclear weapon. So there is actually some political science basis for that. But I would argue it makes most sense to prevent them. I just think that the Iran nuclear deal set up under Obama prevented them to a greater extent.
So do you think that, so you said they don't have the capacity to drop one. So do you think our military in like in the 1940s is more powerful or is more sophisticated and advanced than Iran's current military? Because we could drop one back then.
Well, you have to understand that military capabilities are different than what you're referencing. Right? You have to reference like what military capabilities you're referencing. In terms of ability to produce a nuclear weapon, yeah.
So you think they can
I think that I think that we were able to produce a nuclear weapon then, and they aren't able to produce a nuclear weapon right now. Yeah.
They aren't
I don't
right
think it's
now?
that crazy. They aren't.
But wasn't the whole reason we bombed them
They
because they had
need it's already the enriched uranium is already been blown up. They'd have to go retrieve the enriched uranium, and then they'd have to use centrifuges and the enrichment process to then enrich it to the 90% required to then weaponize it, which they're not at yet. Which even so, like the point that I was referencing is that they were capped at 3.67% level of enrichment under the JCPOA, right? Which would be in place until 2030, which would still be in place, and then they could renegotiate from that position. Whereas under Trump pulling out of it, they then decided to enrich their uranium levels up to 60%, okay, which is what Trump used as justification to strike them about a year ago. So we have to understand that Trump got them closer to a nuclear weapon. 60% is a lot closer to 90% than 3.67%. We have to be very clear there.
So are you basically saying that the whole war was a waste of time and money?
Yes, literally. And innocent people died, yeah. And
Yeah,
it
I don't
costs
agree with-
consumers in this country a bunch of money.
Yeah, how much did it cost taxpayers again?
How much did it cost taxpayers? I think the estimates were like around $50 billion.
50 billion?
Yeah.
But I mean, that's like already our like defense budget though, so.
Our defense budget's about $1 trillion a year.
Well, no, I'm saying like it's part of like our defense budget. Like it's already like included.
The expenditures, I could say some are. Is that why Trump was asking for more money to pay for it?
How is he asking for more money?
How is he asking for more money?
What? Yeah, how is he asking for more money?
He was begging Congress for more money.
But isn't there like a yearly budget like thing?
Isn't there? Yes, that's like when he was asking.
And have they already came out with that?
Well, he doesn't mean he was able to get it.
So the whole operation, what was the Iran war called? Operation Jusa, Spisa Jusa or something?
What?
What was the Iran operation called?
Operation Epic Fury?
Oh, yeah. I don't know why I thought it was like, okay, never mind. But then, didn't we bomb Iran last year too?
Yeah, I just talked about that earlier, dude. Your comprehension skills are dog.
My comprehension skills are dog?
Yeah, I talked about that earlier, bruv.
You only talked about the current war. Are you talking earlier in the live stream or earlier with me?
With you.
No.
Yes.
You never. The first bombings in like 2025.
Yeah, I talked about that because I talked about how Trump used the 60% level of enrichment of uranium to then justify the strike about a year ago, which was Operation
Oh.
Midnight Hammer, which is what you're referencing.
Oh, Midnight Hammer. That's the one I was talking about.
Epic Fury
Not-
was the war.
So why didn't we just start a war earlier and get this all over with?
Dude, Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry. You can ask Trump that question. Why is that a question for me?
How am I ever going to ask Trump?
Oh, okay, so why didn't we do the war earlier? Trump decided to do the war at the time he decided to do it. I don't know why he didn't decide to do it earlier in his administration.
Actually, yeah, that was a
Maybe
stupid question. I
the
don't know how you
Epstein
would know
files.
that. Well, the Epstein file. Oh, yeah, the Epstein files.
Yeah,
Why
he
didn't
wanted to reduce people from talking about the Epstein files, which, by the way, you should acknowledge is enough reason to stop supporting him.
Well, there's been no like all the bad things are tips though. It's not like, I mean, he was on the flight logs, but he was probably just. I mean, he's a businessman. That's what he does. He goes with other billionaires and he makes money. It's not. It doesn't mean he was like. I don't know what I can say.
So then
on
why
this
is
record,
the DOJ scrubbing files with interviews with allegations associated or towards Trump? Like, why are they scrubbing those? And also, why are they not releasing millions of files when they're legally obligated to release all the files?
What's the evidence?
Their own Attorney General, Todd Blanche, admits that he has not released a bunch of the files.
What? Todd Blanche said that?
Yeah.
When did he say that?
He's repeated this multiple times. He's been asked by congressional members.
And what was his response?
Well, his response was trying to claim that they were duplicates, and then and a bunch of nonsense, repeatable things, which then prompted the question, why don't you release them? Which there was then a change of story. So you should take a look into that.
Yeah, I definitely will take a look at that. And if there is any credible info to where he's like a PDF, then yeah, then obviously he should be exterminated. But
and then you wouldn't support him, right?
Yeah, exactly. If he
Okay.
if there is
so then if he's preventing the release of the Epstein files, calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the Epstein files, primarying Thomas Massey because he helped broker the Epstein Files Transparency Act, would that not be a good enough reason to stop supporting him?
But there's no.
Is that
info,
not a
like-
good enough reason to stop supporting him?
I don't. It's two different things.
What? How? Preventing the release of the Epstein files is definitely going to be a relevant thing towards protecting PDFs. That's what he was doing in this scenario. That's what he still is doing.
But
If he's protecting PDFs, is that not good enough reason to stop supporting him?
Only the survivors' names are redacted.
You understand that they did not just only redact survivors' names, and also many of the survivors' names were not redacted.
What?
Yeah,
Oh, are
many
you
of the
talking about
survivors'
the
names were not
thing-
redacted, and a bunch of their information was doxed and leaked.
Are you talking about the thing where you can like hover over, or like highlight it and then like change the font and then you can see everything?
No, I'm just saying that they didn't even redact it in the first place.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's not even that they were able to identify it through the redaction, it's that there wasn't even a redaction in the first place.
So who's the person that is responsible for that, Bondi?
The DOJ. Right, which includes
Well-
Trump. So you understand, like, this is Trump facilitating the issues with releasing the files, okay? He literally tried to prevent the release of the files. He calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor. How is this not enough reason to stop supporting him, dude?
If they release all of the files and it says Trump did this to a kid, then yes, he should be put up against a wall and
Okay, so
someone should
then
be able
stop
to shoot
supporting
him
him.
in the head.
Go look this up right now. Look up DOJ scrubs files associated with interviews with allegations against Trump.
Trump scrubs files.
Yeah, look up NPR investigation finds DOJ scrubbed files associated with interviews with allegations against Trump. And I want you to read that. You can come back up when you're done.
NPR, the Justice Department withheld or removed more than 50 pages related to sexual abuse allegations against Donald Trump from the public Jeffrey Epstein database. The missing files primarily involved undisclosed FBI interviews with a woman who accused Trump of abusing her as a minor decades ago. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Is NPR trustworthy?
Yes.
Is NPR trustworthy?
Yes. Are you looking up?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
NPR is widely regarded as a highly reliable news source for spice of juice. I don't know. Okay, but they are left-leaning. But again, I do...
All right, would you like to go read that, and then you can come back whenever you're done?
Yeah, I'll read this. Do you want me to
Alrighty.
leave or just mute?
You can do either or.
Okay.
Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Michael, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you very much. Victor, thank you for the $5 as well. And David, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, that would actually be a good point to bring up. Ali as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Ali. Thank you. As well as Arthur, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh, yeah, I do see the share responsibly on live, confirm sources before engaging in content. I do see that. It is unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone, we will be live for about 2 more hours. Just letting everyone know, we will be live for about 2 more hours. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
White power, fuck niggers.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter again above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I have some questions for you.
Okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above
Hello?
the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
Parker?
Yep.
I read the article.
Okay, here, one sec. Spam, how old are you? Okay. Alrighty, go ahead, James. What's your position on it?
Well, I don't agree with this, obviously.
So you don't support Trump anymore?
Sure. I guess I don't.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up, James.
All right. See you. Spicy.
Alrighty. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
And do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump for sure.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
June.
And why do you support Trump?
I think he's just better for the economy.
Okay, can you name one economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office? For example, GDP growth, unemployment, inflation, etc.
Can you name one?
There's not a single economic metric that is better off since Trump got in office.
There's not a single one?
Nope.
Can you name one that Harris would have done?
Yeah, we'd have better real GDP growth, real median wage growth, inflation, unemployment. real domestic manufacturing investment. We can point to countless things that would be better off under Harris's administration because she wouldn't have imposed tariffs and she wouldn't have started a war with Iran.
I think the war with Iran was good.
Okay, what political concessions have we got out of the war with Iran?
Lower gas prices.
We've had higher gas prices. Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. I swear to God. Literally, where I live, the gas is like $2.50.
Okay, well, gas prices are higher for the whole country, so.
That's not true. They're not high for me.
Okay, I think they're trolling. Let's just go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
That didn't even make any sense. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth month?
January.
Okay. All right, why do you support Trump?
So, I support him on, also, I apologize for my lisp, I just got my tongue pierced, so I wanted to say that. I support him on the whole abortion thing. I do not respect people who think abortion should be legal and to have babies just brutalized and have limb from limb get actually like ripped off. And I want all the illegal immigrants out of this country that rape and kill women, and not just women, men, kids. I do believe that there should be other options than just the army for your green card or to pay, because I know a lot of people cannot, pay that much money for a green card. I feel like if someone is in this country for so many years and they're a good citizen, they should have some benefit of getting the green card. But I feel like we have too many illegal immigrants who bring in all these drugs like cocaine, fentanyl.
Oh, well, I have to go to the
US
next person. This TikTok TOS. You can't see those terms. But by the way, Donald Trump did pardon of a person, the ex-president of Honduras, that was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country. Plus, Donald Trump does think it should be legal depending on the states. So under her view, you couldn't support Trump either because he thinks it should be legal depending on the state. So let's go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm at 27. I'll be 28 in a month.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
98.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I was on with the other day. It was with Dean Withers, and we were talking about abortion.
Okay.
And I had brought up the point that, don't you think as a society we were better off 50 years ago or so? And I brought up the abortion thing because I feel like we're normalizing that for society. And I said we had to blast abortions then. And you had said, because you were on the chat as well, that we have less abortions now than we did 50 years ago.
Yes.
I looked that up. That was false.
No, it wasn't.
In the 70s, it was four abortions for every 1,000 women pregnant, and now it's 16 for every 1,000 women pregnant.
What? No.
So
Even if you look at the nominal level of abortions, they were higher.
Now, per capita, though, no.
Do you want me to
per
show
woman
you?
Pregnant, it was not. I was off of.
If you look at
go ahead and show
per capita, if the nominal level is higher, per capita would be even higher. So here, let me show you.
No, it wouldn't. There's more people today than there was then.
Yeah, I understand. So if it's higher back then, yeah, look at the screen. Does that look like it's gone down over time? This is 70s and 80s.
What I saw was four 4 abortions per 1,000 women pregnant, and now it's saying 16 per 1,000 women pregnant.
Okay, so do you see that it's gone down over time?
Where's that from?
Statista.
What was that?
Statista.
Is that like a credit? Like what?
Yes,
that,
it is
that
credible.
Like,
It's from look up number of legal abortions reported in the U.S. from 1973 to 2022.
all right. I don't know. You guys brought up the point that there's like a frozen zygote that would never be born, blah blah blah, and someone terminated it. Do I think that's wrong? And I agreed and said it was, and I just got deleted from the chat. But I feel like that was consistent.
Yeah, Dean did kick you at that point. So yeah, it's because like you value
I just
a
feel like that was consistent with me. You know?
a single cell organism for no reason. Like I just don't know why you value a single cell organism. I think that's absurd. Like if you were in a burning building and you could either save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save?
I just feel like life starts at conception, and I don't feel like abortion is right. But I mean,
Life does begin at conception, but that does not mean it's equally valuable at conception.
I don't see why it wouldn't be. Your life is no more
because
equally
of the difference in sentience, right? It's not sentient. It's just cellular life, right? Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
No.
Okay, but they still have cellular life. Based upon the notion of life at conception, they have that notion of life. Therefore, under your view, it would be murder. But because you don't think it's murder, that demonstrates you don't have that notion of value.
I don't think that's a consistent argument, though. And I don't think we're ever going to agree on this. It's not, because like that's like the family's opinion going off of like that person's quality of life. You know, that person be 97, they could be.
No, it's not based on their quality of life. There is no quality of life for an individual that's brain dead.
Exactly. So I don't.
That's the point. If there is,
I just don't. That does not relate to someone who has an opportunity to pursue a quality lifestyle if they're not even yet born.
But like they've never existed in the first place in terms of that subjective experience. So if you allowed an abortion to occur, you could specifically prevent that subjective experience from ever existing in the very first place.
Well, we'll agree to disagree. I do appreciate you having a chat with me, though. You were pretty cool, so thanks, man.
All right. So he ended up deciding to leave based upon that anyway, so it's not even like Dean kicking him there was even an issue then. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, it's a polity.
5.
Hey everybody, I'm convinced that there's no pro-life Trump supporters. Because if they're actually pro-life, they would support Harris. I'm convinced there's no pro-life Trump supporters. You know what's a polity? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, it's a how old are you?
I am 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
Yeah, 2008.
And what month?
May.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I mainly focus on standard of living.
What state do you live in?
Arizona.
And what time is it?
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's the how old are you?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2003.
And why do you support Trump?
I just like some of his policies, honestly.
Such as?
Well, have you read the one article that talked by the IDECC that talked about how he was really big on immigration?
Okay, so you think he's good on immigration. Okay. Name one policy that he passed on immigration that you like.
The IDECC policy.
And what is that?
Let's see. It's about the one dude that.
Okay, they just left. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would say, like, I know Trump does like bad things and stuff like that, but I feel like Trump would just be a better president in some ways.
Okay, and
Like,
what was your birth month?
country, like more of October.
And you said you were how old again?
21.
And your
And I'm
birth
turning
month was in October.
21.
You'd be turning 21, right? Okay. Well, I have some people to thank. Let me just actually thank people. In the meantime, holy shit. Stacy, thank you so much for the $100. Can we get some W's for Stacy in the comment section for the $100? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it over on Venmo. Holy shit, that is so kind. Can we get some W's for Stacy? Thank you so much. That is seriously so kind of you. They said you give me hope for the future of this country. Love that young and informed, articulate men like you are fighting the good fight. Well, thank you so much, Stacy. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Stacy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Stacy. Thank you. Seriously, W's for Stacy in the comment section right now. That is seriously so kind. Am I saying that right? I don't know if that was... Stacy, did you send it twice? Oh my god, Stacy sent $200. Stacy, if you didn't mean to do that and you just meant to send it once, make sure to let me know, because it seems you sent the same message twice. But thank you so much, Stacy. Can we get some W's for Stacy in the comment section right now? That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Stacy. That is seriously so kind. W's for Stacy. Holy shit. What is going on? Thank you so much, Stacy. I appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, as well as Jamie. Thank you so much for the $11.11. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 1,000,000 years old.
Interesting. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Again, Stacy, thank you so much. That was seriously so kind. Holy shit, W's for Stacy in the comment section. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker. 31.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Man, I mean, he aligns with my values more often than I would say most Democrats, being, you know, abortion topics, immigration topics, homosexuality topics, and the like.
Okay. What's wrong with being gay?
Man, what's wrong with being gay? I don't really know if I want to get into religion here, but it's just definitely not the prescription for society in general, I would say.
Why?
I mean, we can talk about, you know, reproductive stuff, or we can just talk about, you know, sexual degeneracy in general, but I just don't think that being gay is something that we should, you know, want to see, you know, in society.
Okay. So, do you think it's wrong for a man to marry an infertile woman?
No.
But, like, they can't have kids through intercourse.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's true, but I would say that there's, you know, I mean, are you making the argument then that just choosing not to have kids could be wrong?
No, that's your argument.
No, I mean,
You said reproduction, so...
Yeah, I also said...
Is there something wrong with two men kissing?
I mean, according to what? To you? No.
No, to you.
Me, I wouldn't, I would say you wouldn't really want to, you know, see that either. I mean...
Wait, what's wrong with two men kissing under your view?
I mean, the homosexual acts would be, I guess, what would be wrong under my view.
So is kissing wrong?
I guess that would be a homosexual act, so I guess it would be.
Okay, so and what makes you think it's wrong for two men to kiss?
I don't know. God would say that would be wrong. God says a lot of
God,
things are wrong.
where in the
though.
Bible does it say that two men kissing is wrong?
I mean, it talks about if a man lays with a man. Now you're talking about kissing.
Wait, so
I mean,
having sex and kissing are the same thing?
no, having sex and kissing are not the same thing.
So
But
where
there's
does it
a lot
say
of
in the
stuff it
Bible that
doesn't
it's
say in the
wrong for two
Bible.
men to kiss?
There's a lot of things that it doesn't say in the Bible. It doesn't mean that the Bible lists every single
Yeah,
thing.
for
that's
example,
wrong.
it doesn't say that a father having sex with his daughter is wrong. But it lists every other form of incest is wrong, but just not father-daughter.
No, you're right, but I guess, and I mean, I don't even think you believe this. Just because the Bible doesn't say something's wrong, it means like, if it doesn't, that means it's not wrong.
Well, I'm not Christian. All right, but like you have no basis for saying that it's wrong utilizing the Bible if you're saying that there's no Bible verse for it. So why is it wrong for two men to kiss?
It's still considered homosexual. I mean, it'd still be considered homosexuality. I mean, maybe not the actual sex part of homosexuality, but I mean, I could try and find other examples where.
But like, if
know,
you have
you're
nothing in the Bible or your religious text that says anything other than the sexual intercourse is wrong, then you can't claim anything other than the sexual intercourse is wrong, without just superimposing some sort of secular reasoning. Then, if you don't have secular reasoning, then what do you have? Just vibes?
Vibes, like I mean,
You
would
just
then- I
feel
mean,
like you feel like two men kissing is wrong.
Well, I mean, it would be wrong, if two men got married, probably even according to the Bible. Let's say they never had sex, though.
Yeah, what's
Right,
wrong with
so-
two men getting married?
I mean, marriage is supposed to be a union between a man and a woman. I mean, there's no
Where
verse
in the Bible does
you're
it
right,
say
that sa-
only between a man and a woman?
I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, you know this too. I think you're just.
No, I
being
know that
facetious.
there are verses in the Bible that describe a man and a woman being joined together in marriage as one flesh, but not that it says prescriptively that everyone should only do men and women. It never says
You
anywhere in
know
the Bible
also-
that
you know
it's wrong
also
for two
that a
women
lot
to
of
get
the
married.
Bible, there's a lot, because like, for example, the Bible describes the character of God in lots of different ways. It doesn't say this is this. This is. There's a lot that you can read the Bible and you can interpret, or you can actually see. This is just like the character of what the Bible is getting at. Like, what do you think that verse means then?
What specific verse?
What you're referencing. What you're referencing. What do you think that it means?
Yeah, which specific verse?
Yeah, you're talking about man and women joining in union. Why do you think the Bible would go out of the way to use such a language and did not just say when two people are to
All
join
it does
in
is
union?
describe that a man and a woman join together in marriage, not that men and women ought to only be the ones to join together in marriage. Okay,
Why would the
so
Bible
that's
say
one
that?
thing,
And
and
then-
then two, I would also say there's a few things we can say with this. One, we can say there's not even an argument from Christianity to even prescribe that being gay is wrong, and then two, we can also say that there's no argument to say Christianity is true to even say that because of Christianity that being gay is wrong because of Christianity.
Okay, well, there is definitely, the Christianity would prescribe being gay is wrong. I mean, and
I don't even
talking
accept
about
that.
as a man lies with a woman being an abomination. A man as lying
What
with a
verse
woman
is
being
that?
an abomination. To be honest, I don't have my Bible in front of me, and I wouldn't want to swipe out.
You're
to just look it
referencing
up.
Leviticus. Do you know what Leviticus 25:44 through 46 says?
I can actually go see if I could get a Bible. In the New
Leviticus
Testament speaks on this
25:44
too.
through 46 explicitly defines that you can own people as slaves
Yeah, I mean, if you want to
and
look
pass
at the New
them down
Testament,
to your children as inherited property for life.
there's definitely anti-homosexuality verses in the New Testament as well. I would have to, go look that up.
And I think that those have a lack of certainty in the meaning that even describe that it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse in the first place. And even so, even if it does say that gay intercourse is wrong, it doesn't say all forms of intercourse are wrong, and it also doesn't describe specifically marriage or kissing or anything like that, a romantic relationship, to be wrong.
I mean, I could potentially even. I mean, I wonder why, or what your basis of trying to get at the kissing part is. Because if I granted that, oh man, okay, two men kissing, whatever, and then I would say, okay, would you then say that the homosexuality, sex is wrong? You'd still say no. So what's your point in trying to get me to say that like the Bible doesn't say anything about two men kissing?
Well, I'm just saying that you don't have an argument from either basis. You can choose to argue either basis, but the point I would say is that either way you try to, it's going to be wrong.
Okay, so why would you say it's right or it should be allowed? Because couldn't I make the argument?
Why should being gay be allowed?
No, hold on. The argument you're making for pro-gay, could I not make for, same-sex incest? It's not harmful to anybody potentially, and it doesn't wouldn't result in children that with deformities, etc. I could make a similar argument to why you would be okay with, homosexuals for incest couples.
Okay, so hold up. Let me just clarify real quick. You think that incest should be viewed the same as being gay?
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying from your view, I'm saying why do
So
you
you're saying
think
an
it's
internal
okay to
criticism of my view would be that you could say that, oh, what could I say is wrong with incest? Well, I could
Yeah, I'm
describe
trying to-
plenty of things,
I'm
right?
trying
One,
to
the
understand,
specific,
'cause I feel like
the fact that you
your
grow up
argument
in the
would be
same
similar.
sort of household condition, right? We could say that is wrong. We could say it's wrong to have a close enough biological relation. That could be something that we describe as wrong. We could point to
Why
countless
would you say
things.
that's wrong if it's not causing people harm and it's two consenting adults? I guess is what I'm even trying to put to you.
We would say that inevitably would limit the ability to make a consenting sort of decision.
How so? Let's say they're the same age. There's no power dynamic one over another. Like, I mean, I could definitely find a situation, and when I'm like, how are you even going to say that?
Okay, so wait, hold up. Just to clarify, you're saying so the criticism here. Let me just say is like because you couldn't say a reason, that means that you specifically can't say it's wrong. Is that what it is?
No, I'm trying to understand. Like, if I asked you why homosexuality should be allowed, you're saying, oh, because why not? And you could give me a bunch of reasons. You could say they love each other. You say they're adults; they can make their own decisions. And I'm saying
You would
I
have
can
to
make
be
the
able to
same-
make an argument for the fact that it wouldn't be allowed, because you're making a legal argument.
Well, I'm making a legal and a moral argument, right? Because we're not, this wouldn't be a legal argument if we're talking about Christianity or the Bible at all, right?
Yeah, you're making a moral argument that because you just feel like it, therefore it's wrong, right? That's your moral argument, and you're saying you justify that by providing a case of emotivism specifically. Well, it doesn't seem like you know what emotivism is, but you're trying to make a claim that because you wouldn't have a specific reason to say that incest is wrong, isolating for all these factors for why we would consider incest wrong. Is that the argument?
Well, sure, yeah. Well, let's go with that because, I mean, the reason why you would support homosexuality is just because people should be able to do what they want to do, right?
I can't deem anything wrong with it, and that I don't have an intuition against it.
Okay,
There's
hold
no
on. Does that
basis for
actually
having
matter?
an intuition against
But does
it.
that matter to you, having intuition against it? Because
Yes.
isn't intuition just a
Yes.
feeling or an inkling towards something?
Yes, I mean I think that that's going to be something that is going to matter to some extent, right? Within
So,
the
but
way
like,
that I'm going to view
when
it.
lots of people, I guess I can't say most, but when probably almost 40 or 50% of people have an intuition against two men, sleeping together being wrong, what does that matter in your mind?
I think that that's not their actual intuition. I think that's an like their true intuition. It's more their socialized intuition.
How would
I think
you be able to make a
can-
difference?
I think because you can have conversation and reduce it down. Push the galaxy.
But like, so I guess that would just have to be case by case basis.
Do you think it would
You
be
can ask
easier
me,
to
like-
convince someone that it's not wrong to be gay than it is to say that it's not wrong to have incest? I think it would be a lot
No,
easier to
because this is
convince
just-
someone wrong.
this is just
Wait,
a
wait.
ta-
Let
I
me just
mean-
clarify. I think it'd be a lot easier to convince someone that it's not wrong to be gay than to say that it's not wrong to have incest.
No, of course, I think incest is wrong. What I'm trying to say is, I think your argument for why it's okay to be gay is just because it's not harming anybody, or because your intuition is for it. I'm just saying there could be a lot of
I'm
people's
going to be
intuition-
willing to. I'm going to be able to show them that it conflicts with their true personal values. Because I,
mean,
think that their
I mean,
their views specifically on
you
gay
don't actually
people are
care about
predicated
people's
mainly
personal
off of
values,
religious
right?
norms.
But
What's
do you
up?
care about other people's personal values if it goes against yours? Like if the whole society turned against people being gay, and it was like a vast majority of people that were against it, and their intuition was against it, you would still say it's still something that you should want to see in society.
Well, my perspective is based on my intuition, not others.
Yeah, well, I know, but you're okay. So I understand it's not about like the majority or the percentage, but like if it's just my view versus yours, and it's just about intuition, who's to say whose intuition is correct?
Well, from each other's perspective, it's going to be indexed to our own views. So I can give words to describe specifically why my view is going to be true in typical circumstances, or to why it could be convincing, but we might not be able to come to a resolution on who's right in the scenario, right? Specifically, in terms of something that could be independent of each other, that could define this.
Yeah, because isn't right just based on like the majority in society, and we vote on things with laws and stuff?
No. What's right is dependent on your own perspective and your own determination.
Yes, but we also have to make judgments for society of what we want to see in society and what is right, and then we just go with that.
Yeah, and obviously all of those are going to be predicated off of our own personal values. Even if you hold from a religious perspective, you don't believe that just because something's sinful, it should be illegal. There are certain things you think should be illegal, certain things you don't think should be illegal. That's not fully defined by your religious views, so you inevitably have to define those based upon personal values, irrespective of your religious views.
I would say that, but I mean, if you could, and we're not going to be able to do this here. In fact, it probably would never happen, until we died. If you could actually prove Christianity to be 100% true, then it would actually just be from your religious views, because you can really filter everything through your religious views. You could do that.
I disagree, and I think that I can prove Christianity false.
I mean, it would be hard to prove Christianity 100% false or 100% true. Obviously,
I don't think so.
Same with proving God false. You couldn't.
Do you want me to give you a simple argument?
Okay.
Okay. Do you think God is perfect, the Christian God?
Yes, God is perfect.
Is all things considered something perfect better than all things considered something not perfect?
Hold on. I think you're just trying to twist me up. What does that mean? Can you walk through that?
Taking all things in consideration of that exist. If all things that exist, taking all into consideration, is perfect, is that better than taking all things in consideration what is in existence is not perfect?
Hold on. All things that exist are not perfect, though.
I'm not asking a question of whether or not this is true. I'm asking a question of, given that this is true, is it better or is it worse? So I'll ask the question one more time. A condition where everything within existence is perfect, is that better than a condition where everything within existence is not perfect?
I'm sorry. I guess I'm trying. I think I might be getting ahead. I'm trying to understand what the point of this question is. I think obviously the first one would be.
Is perfection
true.
more desirable than imperfection?
Yes.
Okay. So if we have something where all things in existence is perfect, or we have something where all things in existence, right, take all of it in consideration, it's not perfect, which is preferable?
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Probably actually the second one, because you wouldn't want just everything to be perfect, no one to have their own opinions, everyone just to be, perfect.
Oh, God.
Hold on,
You just said
Google?
perfection is better than imperfection. Perfection means flawless.
Yes, we'll never get perfection.
Imperfection means that they have flaws. Having flaws is worse than not having flaws, right? Jessica, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Just the way that we are created is that we're just going to have
Yeah,
flaws.
I don't want to hear all this extra nonsense. I want you to respond directly, because there's a bunch of cognitive dissonance here I have to work through. So can you just engage with the specific point? Is perfection preferable to imperfection?
Yes.
Okay. So if we were to look at there's two states of existence. One state of all existence. Say there's one universe and another universe. One universe, there is everything within that universe is perfect. Nothing within that universe is imperfect. The other universe, there are some things within the universe that you could deem from an individual basis are perfect, other things that are not perfect. All things considered, though, it's not perfect. Which is preferable? The first universe or the second universe?
I'm going to liken this to a heaven situation versus an earth situation, because I think that could be actually pretty on par with what you're saying. I'd say the first one's preferable.
So the perfection is preferable to imperfection?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So God existing alone prior to all creation, God was perfect, right? All things in existence, when God exists alone, are perfect. Okay? God has a choice to choose to create the world or to not create the world. Okay? What are the two options? The two options are you stay in existence where it's God alone, or you move to existence where it's God plus creation. Creation is not perfect. There are flaws within creation. There are sins, right? There's a bunch of evil that exists in the world we live in. So creation is not perfect. Okay, so there's a choice between no creation and creation. If creation is imperfect, necessarily in the long run, and no creation is perfect, that means no creation is desirable to creation, because perfection is desirable over imperfection. And to say that God desired to create over to not create would to logically entail a contradiction. To say that a perfect God desired to create an imperfect state of affairs.
Well, you're trying to
over
reason
a preferable perfect state of affairs.
You're trying to put God in a box, is what you're doing. But I'll engage
of logic. You mean of reason?
Yeah, because you actually can't logically explain.
You see what I mean? So you inevitably have to reduce your position down to your position is not logical, and can't be explained using
Well,
logic.
how would you be able to logically explain God?
Yeah, how
Parker?
can you logically explain this? Exactly. Without
can't, because
contradiction, you can't.
How would an ant
How do you
logically be able to
logically explain
a
this
human
without
being?
contradiction? You can't. That's the issue.
Parker, we don't. God,
That's
God is
actually that's
above.
literally the reason why I'm bringing this up as an issue, is because you can logically disprove the existence of the Christian God that is perfect, because a perfect God cannot possibly exist if we exist in a world where there are imperfections, where there's sin.
That's just our human brains trying to.
No, that's
explain God the way
logic.
you
That is
understand.
logic. It's not just my human brain. It's
You
logic.
cannot logically. How would you logically?
It's like
be able
1
to
plus
explain
1 equals
miracles,
2.
Parker?
That's what it's like.
1 plus 1 is equal to
Yeah,
does
if
not work for
Christianity
God. That
logically,
works for
wait, if
God is
Christianity,
outside
like
of
this is your argument. This is your argument. If in the Bible it said 1 plus 1 equals 3, okay? In the same sense of the terms we're using 1, 2, and 3, okay? If in the Bible it said that, you'd have to say, yes, that's actually true. We can't logically explain this, but it's true because God claimed it. And everything God says is true. That's what you'd have to say. You'd have to say that. Because again, you can't logically explain these things. That would have to be your explanation. Do you see how absurd that would be?
All I'm trying to say is you cannot apply human logic to a supernatural being. Parker.
You can't apply, it's not human logic, it's just logic.
Well,
it's not just
logic
for
comes from
humans. Like
humans.
there can alien species could use logic. Do you agree?
Well,
so it's not
aliens
just
don't
human
exist,
logic,
Parker.
it's logic in general.
Yeah, but coming from humans, obviously, because we're
A
the only
human's
creation that
analysis
we
of
know.
logic, but what is wrong with the logical analysis I just made? It logically follows that it's literally not possible for God to create in that condition.
But Parker, again, we're talking about a supernatural being outside of space and time. How can you apply what we know in our small human brains compared to what God's overall plan is for everybody? You just couldn't do it.
Because I can determine that 1 plus 1 equals 2. Okay?
Yes, that's.
I can
God is
determine
not
that
a math
squared circles
equation.
can exist. I can determine
God
that A
is-
equals A. So although
God is
I'm
not a
not
math
all-knowing, I can determine whether something is logical or illogical. And I've clearly determined, based upon a very clear argument here, that it's illogical. If your whole basis for response is, oh, us human beings can't make determinations on things, well then why are you even making a determination of who you support in the first place, or what religious prescription you believe in the first place? You're a human being. You can't make those determinations. Let Jesus take the wheel.
Well, obviously, no matter what we do, that will be the case. But I guess what I'm trying. I mean, you're never gonna. I mean,
So
it's
why
okay, you're
even
not-
why even look into any of these topics in the first place?
What do you mean? Do you think God created us not to question anything? He just created us just to, what? I mean, obviously you don't. I, mean,
I don't
even know-
believe I don't believe in the Christian God. I think that's nonsense.
Do you believe in God? Any
No.
God? Any creation at all?
I think it's possible for there to be some notion of a God that existed, but it can't be a perfect notion of God. It can't be any of the notions of God of the Abrahamic religions, because they have a perfect notion of God. It's literally logically impossible. Now, like, I can understand that you're like, oh, I want to believe this because it makes me feel good. It gives me a good feeling for, like, explaining what's life after death or whatever. It makes me feel good about that, right? I can understand that from, like, an emotional perspective, okay? But I don't reasonably, I can't explain it. It makes no sense. It's illogical, right?
Yeah, I know.
But
and
I don't think you're like a
again,
bad
to agree
person
to-
for believing this. I might understand
listen,
even
I mean-
why, like, emotionally you feel the need to, like, cling to
It's
things
fair
like this.
enough.
I can
Neither one
understand
of
it
us
as a
are-
coping mechanism.
Neither one of us are going to be able to change each other's position on this because I think
I
what
should
you're
be able
trying
to change
do-
your position on this if you were
you're trying-
reasonable.
But you're trying to do a 1 plus 1 equals 2 to God when I'm
Yes,
just
yes, that's it should
I'm
be
sorry,
able to apply.
logic-
Yes, yes,
logic
literally.
Logic ceases to have application when you're talking about outside
No, it
of
doesn't.
the hum-
No, it doesn't.
God
okay,
is outside
okay, how about
of
this?
human
God is all
thought.
powerful. Can God create a rock that's so heavy that he can't pick it up?
No,
Why not?
because
So you're saying he's not all powerful?
You're talking about some like even the statement contradicts what you're saying.
Oh, wait. So are you saying God can't do logically impossible things? Ooh,
Again, God
that's going to
doesn't
be an
apply to
issue. Wait, can God do logically impossible things?
Okay, can God do logically impossible things? The only reason why we even have a notion of what's logically impossible is because God has given this to us.
Wait, no. Answer the question. Can God do logically impossible things?
Well, from our perspective, no, he definitely cannot. Like, I mean,
No. Overall, outside of our perspective, just considering all things considered, can God do that? Can God make illogical
again,
things?
the reason why I say from our
Can
perspective,
God
is
create a
because
squared circle
No, because
No.
this is
Okay, so
human
God can't do
these are
illogical
human
things.
concepts.
Your argument here now is God can't do illogical things. So the argument I already provided to you earlier is that it would be illogical for God to create the world because the world in creation in of itself is imperfect. And if perfection is more desirable than imperfection, then it is literally logically impossible for God to desire to create something that is less desirable.
Let me only correct something that you said. God created the world and it was 100% perfect. Humans messed it up. Now, he didn't know this was going to happen, but God did not
He didn't know
create
that
the
this was
world.
going to happen, then he's not all-knowing.
No, he did know it was going to happen. Are you saying
Okay,
that
so think about it this way. He know that's going to happen. Okay, so there's the choice between no creation, where everything's perfect, or creation, where everything will inevitably be imperfect. So the condition is still the same. It's still that God would desire to stay where he exists alone, imperfection, over deciding to create, which inevitably would yield
God
imperfection. Even if it's human being's choice, it inevitably entails imperfection. The fact that they would even be able to make a choice based upon their own internal character, right, that is imperfect, would logically necessitate that their creator is imperfect.
Hold on, God wanting to have a relationship with his imperfect creation does not make him any less perfect. You couldn't
It literally logically necessitates that. I have to explain that to you. I literally have explained that to you repeatedly. If he decides to create, that means he's imperfect.
No, it does
because
not.
his existence in of itself,
how are
if
you
he was
how are you
perfect,
getting
would
to
be
this-
more
how are you
desirable
getting
than
to
the
this
world we exist in, where there's sin, there's flaws, there's evil, and things are imperfect. Because God plus creation is imperfect. God existing alone is perfect. Okay, so the
creation is
clear
imperfect.
answer
God
here for
did
what's more
not make
desirable.
it-
Okay, listen.
Oh, no.
You agreed. Perfection is more desirable than imperfection, right?
Yes, but
Okay, God existing alone is perfect, right?
God is perfect. We are imperfect. God
Yeah,
created.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear all this extra stuff. I just want you to run. Can I run through? Trust me. I'm going to run through my argument. I'll let you explain everything you have on top. I've let you explain. I just want to run through this argument fully. Okay. So God existing alone is perfect, right?
Man, we've already gone through this. Okay, you want me to say it again? Yes.
This will make it really clear. Yes. God plus creation is imperfect, right?
God plus creation. I think this is actually where I probably should push back. Because this is where like the crux of it is. God plus creation is imperfect. We are as creation now imperfect through our own choices. Now, God knowing that we're going to make a choice.
There you go.
does
God
not
plus
mean-
creation is imperfect.
Okay. This just makes it easier for you to understand. Okay, sure.
No. It makes it easier for you to understand. So now you just conceded because creation in of itself is imperfect. That means God plus creation is imperfect. Because imperfect means that there are any flaws. If there's any flaw, that means it's imperfect. Perfection means flawless. So if there's flaws within creation, that means God plus creation is imperfect, okay? You already agreed. Perfection more desirable than imperfection. So how could you say God plus creation is more desirable than God existing alone if God is perfect and God plus creation is imperfect? If you've already agreed that perfection is more desirable than imperfection.
Because you're trying to argue God from the human limits.
So you go back to saying logic breaks down doesn't make sense. And then I'll ask you, can God do logically impossible things? You'll say no.
From our,
okay, if God can't do
the only
logically
reason
impossible
why we
things, then
determine
a perfect
something
God
logically
couldn't create an
impossible-
imperfect creation.
This is the only reason why we determine something logically impossible is because we have it set up and it makes sense for us and it works for us. That there are some things that just cannot be done because it's just contradicting in our minds, right? But God's mind, I say mind, is outside of human space, human time. God can do things that we as humans just don't understand. You don't believe this, obviously, but a human being rising from the dead would be logically
Okay, so
impossible.
then what's wrong with God creating a rock that's so heavy he can't pick it up?
Because he wouldn't be able to not pick something up. Like God being present, omnipotent, omnipowerful, all these things.
So yeah, what's the problem with God creating a rock that's so heavy that he can't pick it up? If he's all powerful, he should be able to create said rock, right?
Well, God cannot do anything that's outside of his nature and character. I can explain this.
You mean that's
Hold on.
logically contradictory to his nature?
Hold on, Parker.
You
do
mean like
think God
desiring
can-
something
do you
that's
think
less
God has the
desirable?
Does God have the ability to sin, Parker?
No.
Okay, so obviously you're not a Christian and you don't even believe it. But if I was to ask you, pretend to be a Christian for a second, would that be logically incongruent that he's not able to sin?
Yeah, if you sin, that would be a logical contradiction. He couldn't do that. So I agree. If you have your perspective, you have to be able to say that God cannot do logically impossible things. If you say that, then you have to concede to my argument that God could not choose to create. because, again, it is imperfect. God plus creation is imperfect. God existing alone is perfect. The obvious answer here is that God existing alone is more desirable than God plus creation. If that's true, then
Well,
God could never
this
have
could be true
desired
that God
to
exists.
create over to not create. Okay,
Obviously, it
I'm done
depends
with
on
this
what God's
conversation.
plan.
Do you want to talk about abortion? I don't think that you're going to get this point. I think that inevitably
can
this breaks
definitely-
down to you having cognitive dissonance, and you're never going to be able to change your mind on this because it makes you feel good. Okay, we can just
be
move
honest,
on from
like,
that.
I don't think I could actually get you to change your mind on anything, no matter who
Because
I
this
was.
is a
either.
clear contradiction, and I'm not going to concede on logic, my guy. I
Okay,
can't make
well,
sense of anything
we can,
without
we
logic.
can do abortion, but if you're just gonna do the whole brain dead, patient Dean thing that he does,
No,
then
I'll
we
give
can
you a
just
whole
skip that
separate
too.
argument. Watch this. So, if I could prove to you that voting for Democrats would save more human lives, would you support Democrats?
Okay, so in voting for Democrats, what else would I be voting for besides just saving human lives? Because could they turn around in a different way, unalive them besides abortion? I'm trying to figure out
I
what
just
you're-
want to answer the question. If I could prove to you that Democrats would save more lives than Republicans if you were to vote for Democrats, would you then vote for Democrats?
If you could prove to me somehow beyond the shadow of a doubt that voting for Democrats would somehow save human lives. Well, this is first of all,
As
I
opposed
guess,
to the Republicans.
Man, you're just trying to get me with these like hypothetical shit. Because I'm just trying to figure out, because obviously there's a right and wrong answer. If I answer yes, you're going to say somehow this ties into me not believing in abortion. But I'll go with saying yes, because I'm trying to figure out where you're getting at. Sure, I'd like to save lives if possible.
So you would vote for Democrats?
If it could, let's just make it like this. If voting for Democrats, got rid of abortion, that'd be a lot more preferable to me. Sure, let's go with that.
That's not the question I asked you. I asked you if I could
to me, it's the
prove
same
to
thing.
you.
Getting rid of abortion is
If I
saving
could prove
lives.
to you that voting for Democrats would save more lives as opposed to voting for Republicans, would you support Democrats? Would you vote for Democrats?
Sure, yeah, I'll say yes.
Okay. So Donald Trump and Doge through cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030, according to a Lancet study. So if you voted for Democrats rather than voting for Republicans, then you would have saved millions more lives.
First of all, we're just taking this study on face value, assuming what the future is going to hold without us actually knowing. And also, what does that have to do with abortion?
Assume a 50% margin of error, which would be ridiculous. You're still saving millions more lives than anything you could attribute to Trump.
Okay, hold on, I'm just failing to see what this has to do with abortion.
The reason why you care about making abortion illegal is because you want to save human lives, right?
Yeah, I believe it's I don't know what I'm allowed to say on this. A lot of people say unaliving. I've seen that you said murder before, so I'll just say I believe it's just murdering the unborn and babies or whatever. So I believe that's
But
not
your
preferable at all.
goal when wanting to make abortion illegal is wanting to save human lives, right?
Obviously, save babies. Let them live.
Yeah.
Not
So
unalive
then,
them.
if
Yeah.
your goal inevitably within doing that is to save human lives, then if I can prove to you that Democrats will save more human lives if you vote for them as opposed to Republicans, then that hits your very reason why you wanted to make abortion illegal. So then you should support Democrats over Republicans. Like, that's the
hold on,
logical conclusion if that's your goal
But if I'm
when you're
supporting
voting
Democrats, I
for
am also
legislation
supporting
relating to abortion.
But it's all what you're talking about would be canceled out anyways, because in supporting Democrat is supporting abortion.
No, it doesn't. I mean, if the notion of cancel out, that would mean you wouldn't vote. But you're voting for the harm reduction view, right?
No, hold on. I don't only believe in abortion.
You're voting for the harm reduction view, right?
I'd like to talk about abortion in kind of just at abortion, not what else you think that it might talk about. Like, can you make an argument against abortion other than just a different hypothetical?
You asked me when I first started to ask a different argument other than the brain dead argument, which would be specifically addressing abortion. I give you a separate argument. Now you're asking me again to give you a different argument?
Because you haven't actually. This isn't even an argument for abortion. This is just a harm reduction, thing.
I understand, and that's exactly what you're deciding to vote on when you vote for your views. Let me give you an example. Does Donald Trump want to make all abortion access illegal or federally? No, he wants to leave it up to the states. So you disagree with him allowing for legal abortion, depending on the state that you're in, but you think it's the harm reduction view, and that's why you support Trump. Okay?
Well,
so I'm like fucking 5 steps apparently ahead of you, because you didn't realize that yourself about your own view.
No, Well, first of all, you can say all this, but you believe, that you even within abortion, you don't believe that abortion is murder, anyways.
Of course not. Why would I?
Well, you say, why would you? Because
But you can consider it murder, and you would still have to concede to this argument. That's the issue. Is that I found an argument that would literally the argument that I found. Wait, the argument that I found here essentially means that you don't even have to concede the pro-life view to acknowledge that Harris is the preferable candidate. That's how good of an argument I found here.
Well, hold on. Harris is not the preferable candidate only because she does support abortion.
Wait, that just doesn't make any sense because you would say, oh, it's because you're going to save more lives by voting for Trump. Is that your argument?
Also, I do not.
Is your argument? Wait. Trump supports abortion access. He thinks it should be legal depending on the state.
Well, because that's an extreme. Like he's also.
Oh, okay. Wait. So if he supports legal abortion access, then you must be against him, right?
Well, there is no candidate that I think that
Oh, so you're now arguing for the harm reduction view.
No, you're voting. Well, obviously, what you're doing is voting for the lesser of two evils.
Oh, that's the harm reduction view. That's what lesser of two evils means. That's the harm reduction view.
Candidate, Parker.
Okay, yeah, exactly. You're voting for the harm. I'm like a million steps ahead of you, and I have to explain to you all the steps you're taking. Okay, so that is my point.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'm not really.
You're taking the harm reduction view. If you're taking the harm reduction view, then if I can show you that you will save more lives by voting for Harris than you will by voting for Trump,
I don't think
then that wait. If I can prove to you that you will save more lives by supporting Harris over Trump, then you have to concede if you hold the harm reduction view that you will support Harris over Trump. Can I get a concession?
No, because hold on. Would I save more lives in the next year? Or only by 2030?
Within the next year.
Hold on, but you said this whole thing was by 2030 in some independent study, right? So
yes.
How many lives would I save voting Democrat in a year?
You would save, you can count those up by the years, divided by 4. What's 14
give me a number. What would you say?
What's 14 million divided by 4, sir?
Well, we're talking about 3 point something.
It's right? It's probably like 3.8, I'm assuming.
Okay, and also, are we all just like everybody in the chat, everyone just concedes to what you're saying? We have a glass ball. We just know that this is just true, what you said?
Yes, according to a Lancet study.
Okay. There's been so many studies all over the place. There's been lots of studies that can prove that,
I'm hearing a lot of coping.
Human life begins at conception. You don't.
I'm hearing a lot of coping.
I'm hearing that, like, you cited a study. There's other studies that would prove you wrong.
There's not a single study that proves me wrong.
There are lots of studies that show that, life.
This is the first study of its kind, genius.
Would you like to concede?
This is the first study of its kind on USAID, genius. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, would you like to concede that biological human life begins at conception? We can go from there.
I agree. Human life does begin at conception. Can I get a concession that if you hold the harm reductionist view, that you're going to support the candidate that leads to the most amount of lives saved?
No, because I just reject.
No.
I think.
What is the harm reduction view?
I don't believe what you're saying about 14 million lives saved by.
So you don't believe?
Yeah.
So what's wrong with the Lancet study?
I don't know anything about the Lancet study, but here's the thing: we can't just
Okay, so then why are you saying that it's wrong or incorrect in its determinations?
Because we don't know that to be the case either way.
Okay, but what's wrong with the methodology?
I know what's happening in society today, and there are numbers today, for example, even right this second baby's being aborted. I'd like to help those babies right now. If there was legislation,
and there are people right now that are losing access to the necessary funds they required to survive because of the fact that the Doge cut USAID funding. There are people who are dying right now because of this.
You don't die instantly from that. You do die instantly.
Wait. There are people. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, there has been. The reason why that's true is because there were specifically people that relied on necessary care, medication they were getting from USAID, that when it was cut, they died. They literally already died. There are people that have died already because of this. Please, you have to acknowledge this. Please look into it without. Please wait, hold up. But if you actually care about saving human lives, you should look into this before just claiming this random misinformation bullshit. Okay, what I'm telling you is actually relevant to saving millions of people's lives. I'm not just bringing this up as a TikTok point. I'm bringing this up because I genuinely care about the fact that those 14 million lives will be lost by 2030. It's fucking truly sick that you completely overlook that.
I think we could do both then. why don't we, vote for Democrats?
Well,
Oh my gosh,
again,
save
not
these
everything's
lives.
perfect. You're voting for the harm reduction view. You're voting for the lesser of two evils. If I can prove to you
It's
that
fine. I'll vote for
Harris,
the.
wait, if I'm proving to you right now that Harris will save more lives than Trump, then you should support Harris. That's your view. You hold the harm
Okay, I
reductionist
would
view.
only
If
support
you don't
Harris
hold
in
the
the
harm
fact.
reductionist view and you hold things based on disqualifications, if a disqualification for your view is literally believing in legal access to abortion, then Trump is disqualified
That's
from getting
fine.
your.
If I voted
Then
for
Trump is
Harris,
disqualified from getting your vote. Why? Because he believes there should be legal access to abortion depending on the state.
if in voting for Harris, I could save those lives, and then I also could somehow convince her, or anyone else to like also get rid of abortion, that would even be even better. But you wouldn't agree
Oh,
to
okay,
that.
okay, sure. You can think from your own perspective. It would be better if you could possibly convince her, but still, the better position is supporting Harris over Trump.
I mean, if only for saving lives. I mean, like let's say the next election comes, we don't know who the candidates are going to be, but if it was like somehow written on the fucking things on TV, this person is going to save this many lives, and you knew this to be fact 100%, and it was like numbers over both of their heads, shoot, and let's say it was a vast difference, one saving 100 lives and one saying 1,000,000. I'm going to vote for the person that's saving 1,000,000 lives, no matter what party they're at. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that like I would still support abortion. You can see that, correct?
No, repeat it.
So let's say like the the candidates.
And Laura, by the way, thank you for the $5. Actually, here, let me thank some people first. Thank you so much, Mar. Thank you for the dollar as well. Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they'll just say they can account for all those things. But as well as Stacy, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, you can. Oh, one more. Jordan, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said the argument I just made was so rock solid that I just show you love. What is enormously important. You've helped me through the year so far. Well, thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Jordan in the comment section right now. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Alrighty, continue. Go ahead.
I would say obviously saving lives is a great thing, and if you could save exponentially more lives voting for Democrat, that's really good. Now that wouldn't be the only reason why I'd vote for him. I'd still like to see certain things about the living people in our society and their quality of life, and obviously we already talked about one of those.
You think
things
you have a better quality of life if you support Trump? If you voted for Trump?
Well, I mean, like quality of life. I'm just talking about like what we would like to see, generally. Obviously, my actual view for what I'd want to see in the world wouldn't really align with any, candidate, because I think there's just too much degeneracy in the world anyways, and I don't think either candidate would actually address that in our lifetimes at all.
So that's why, again, I just got you to concede that you're supporting the harm reductionist view. Okay? Because no one's perfect. You're supporting the candidacy that will lead to the least amount of harm.
Sure, and then would you then say, we could, oh man, I become a Democrat, I do that. Now I'm a Democrat that doesn't support abortion at all. Would you even say that I'm a Democrat?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that you're a Democrat, but I would say that you think Democrats are preferable.
I mean, I would say Democrats are preferable only in like this.
I guess you could say that you're a Democrat. Yeah, it's technically. Yeah, I mean, yes, there can be people who are pro-life that think that the Democratic Party is preferable. Yes. Although I disagree with them on the perspective of them being pro-life, right? Which, I mean, I think that's very obvious that I disagree with that. That doesn't mean that they can't be a Democrat. Like, they can still think the Democratic Party is preferable. Because when we're talking about politics, we're never going to get a candidate that 100% represents your values. That's just not going to happen. You have to vote for the candidate that mostly represents your values. That's because we live in a country with millions of people. We compromise on things.
Yeah, obviously. So wow, but like my values do go a bit beyond just obviously abortion or even the homosexuality thing. I would say in general, I would believe that the Republicans, now it's not going to look like this from your perspective, but it would be, more preferable to passing laws instilling more Christian values than the Democrats. I mean,
I don't know how you could say that, especially with how the current Republican Party is controlled by Trump.
No, I mean, again, yeah, nothing is gonna, align with my values 100%. But like, if I'm looking at each issue individually and I'm making a judgment more or less Christian based on it, like we go, based on homosexuality, I'd say Trump more. Based on abortion,
so is it Christian to want to save as many lives as possible?
Yeah, it's Christian. Well, actually, I wouldn't say it's Christian or non-Christian, but I would say like it would be a good thing to want to save as many lives.
Okay, you could say it's a good thing to want to save as many lives as possible. So then it's a good thing to support Democrats?
I mean, I would say maybe just because you don't think Republicans want to save a lot of lives too. There's been bills passed.
Wait,
I mean,
even
what would
even
you
if you want
say?
to point to a certain amount of lives saved by Republicans, there's more lives lost by Republicans in their administration simply just because
Hold
of
on, would you then
USAID
say
funding
in
being cut.
abortion,
Simply,
Democrats
wait,
are
I just want to
not
let you know,
trying to save
simply
lives?
because of USAID funding being cut, that in of itself is enough reason to say that Democrats save more lives. Not considering the fact that Democrats
I mean,
advocate to expand
so
universal
then
access to
what would you
healthcare, which
say
would
when it
save a
comes
bunch
to
of lives. Go ahead.
What would you say when it comes to abortion, Democrats just don't want to save lives? They want to murder them, and then like that's the one point that they don't want to save lives.
Well, I just don't think that these are lives that we would consider. But from your perspective, yes, you would have to hold that view.
Well,
Does that make sense?
Again, you don't really
Like
want to get
you
into
can
it. It
you can
makes
even
sense.
from your listen. You can even from your own perspective acknowledge that, and you can say that yes, Democrats in those positions they want kids to be murdered or whatever, and still that is a preferable view to hold in position of their side than from the Republican standpoint, because you'll save more lives by supporting Democrats.
I wouldn't say it's preferable to like. I mean, like obviously you don't believe this is preferable to be like, wow, well, let's support abortion. That's not preferable to do.
With considering all the other views, all things considered, it's preferable.
Okay, then how about this? I'll just vote as a Republican and disagree that they're not on board with this fucking Doge bill. I can do that.
Wait,
too.
but if your whole notion of caring about why you want to make abortion illegal in the first place, which is the reason why you said you support Trump, is that you want to save human lives. Because again, you realize that Trump still wants legal access to abortion, just wants to leave it up to the states. You believe in harm reductionism, therefore that would be the. I can't keep explaining this to you. I can't.
I'm
do
just
it.
not gonna, agree that.
If you're just not going to understand it, I can't do anything else to explain it to you.
Well,
I've given you the
can,
argument. There's nothing else I could say to you at this point.
Well, then I appreciate the conversation and how civil it was or whatever. I hope you have a good one.
You as well. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. We have at least an hour or so left on the live, y'all. Just letting everyone know. An hour or so left on the live, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Jay, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you so much, Jay. And then also, Chip, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's also a good point. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
March.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Personally, I don't know much about. I haven't looked into Kamala Harris, but
Okay. It does seem like they don't really know who they support, and also like it does seem like they're young. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yep, 2006.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
Birth month, I meant.
Oh, August 6th.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so the main reason why I support Trump is because I'm Catholic, so I'm pro-life and I support against abortion.
Okay. Okay, if I could prove to you right now that Democrats will save more lives than Republicans, if you were to vote for them, would you support Democrats?
What if it was like abortion though? Like what if they didn't support abortion?
Well, I'm confused how that answers my question. Would you like to respond to my question first?
Well, yeah, of course I would like to save lives.
So if I could prove to you that Democrats will save more lives, voting for them will save more lives than voting for Republicans, you would support Democrats over Republicans?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so Trump, with the help of Doge, cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030, according to a Lancet study. So based upon your argument, if you want to save the most amount of lives as you possibly can, you would support Democrats over the Republicans because they would not have cut the USAID funding.
Okay. What about okay? Okay. What about the? I think the second reason why I support Trump is because the border security, especially because I'm from California, and I just believe that the illegals that were let in did a lot of bad stuff. That someone else mentioned I don't know, and you kicked them out because I don't know.
Okay, what are they doing that's bad? Because they are multiple times less likely per capita to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime, comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
If I say like the crimes they committed, will you kick me? Because it's like
You can't say any DRUG names in specific, if that's what you're trying to say. You got to say like F drug, M drug, C drug.
Like RAP.
Oh, yeah, you can say rape. So, actually, they're less likely to commit violent crimes such as that. And if you want to prevent that from happening, why would you vote for a violent sex offender?
I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to make any sense. You want to prevent rape from happening in the country, so you vote for a violent sex offender over a former prosecutor, former district attorney, former attorney general who held people accountable for committing those particular types of crimes?
Can you prove to me that he was a sex offender?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Okay, what about like Bill Clinton? I know that's like out of the blue, but like, wasn't he mentioned a lot in the files?
I'm confused how that's relevant to Donald Trump being a violent sex offender. That could be true about Bill Clinton, and it still doesn't remove the fact that Donald Trump's a violent sex offender.
Well, where does it say he's a violent sex offender?
Look up Trump liable essay AP News. He was held liable amongst a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that part. So.
Okay.
I think just the main reason why, I am a Trump supporter is like the first reason why I said was I'm against abortion, so.
Yeah, but I proved to you that Democrats will save more lives, and then you brought up the fact that you think immigrants are coming to the country assaulting people, and then I brought up the fact that you voted for a violent sex offender.
Okay, well, so you think you think abortion is worse, or I'm not explain, but what was the first argument that you made about that I'm pro-life?
Yeah, Democrats save more lives than Republicans.
Well,
because Doge and Trump cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030 that would have otherwise not died if we kept the funding in place.
Well, yeah, I know Charlie Kirk made this statement, but he said that abortion was worse than the Holocaust.
That's embarrassing.
That's what I truly believe.
He doesn't believe that himself because he doesn't think that people specifically who were involved in ordering the Holocaust should be spared from prison and from their crimes against humanity. But then if he believes that abortion is at all comparable, then he would be trying abortionists and women particularly who are involved in getting abortions for war crimes and crimes against humanity in the same way that he tried Nazis, because he thinks that it's comparable to the Holocaust.
Okay. So when you're saying
which he didn't do, by the way.
Yeah, well, with what you're saying with that, if I voted for Democrats, that would save more lives. But wait, so do you believe that a fetus is a human, or you don't? I just believe that God
fetuses are of the human species, but prior to sentience or subjective experience, they wouldn't be to a point where I would say it's morally valuable enough to say that we should restrict the bodily autonomy rights of the pregnant individual.
Okay. Well, I think just my main point was that I believe that God created us in the image of Himself, and that He created us in the mother's womb, like it says in the Bible. That He, pretty sure it says He knitted.
I'm confused how any of this is relevant. By the way, you were being very egotistical in the comment section. Why were you doing that?
I don't know. Well, I was getting a lot of hate in the comments. So I was like,
hate. You were being incredibly egotistical. That's why.
How's I being
people are spamming the TikTok comment section saying that you were full of yourself until you got up here, which you've definitely definitely reduced the level of ego since you first started.
Well, all right. I don't think. I don't know. I wasn't. I feel like I was getting more hate than I was. Like,
So would I be fair in calling you a keyboard warrior?
I mean, yeah, if you want. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
So if I title this MAGA keyboard warrior, like
Yeah,
within the title, I'd be okay with it.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be MAGA keyboard warrior humiliated after trying to confront me.
It wasn't all right. I was just trying to get my point across about abortion, but I don't know. It's it's whatever.
Okay. Well, I mean, I already thought of it. So would you like to? So you take back all of your comments? Is that what it is?
No, I'm not taking back because
So you're still that egotistical. So like, what were you saying in the comments? Let's just be clear.
Yeah, I was just saying like, that you're scared to debate me because, like, I wasn't getting accepted.
So there's thousands of people in the
trying to
stream. The
do
reason
what
why I
you're
didn't
doing
add you up
for
is because I
Charlie
didn't see you. I added you up, and you've been dog walked this whole time. You really think I'm scared to debate you?
I don't know. I wanted to do what you did to Charlie Kirk,
But he was actually scared to debate me.
I don't think he was scared. I just believe because you were a college student on campus. That's why he didn't want to debate you.
What? He debates people who aren't college students all the time. And also, even so, then why didn't he debate Dean?
Well, didn't he debate Dean in like the press conference in that YouTube video? Like it was like
They debated for like 2-3 minutes or something. And he said that we called him out to debate, right? And it went super viral. He said that he would debate. Actually, first, we asked him after the debate at Jubilee if he would debate us. He said, yeah, he would look into it and he would debate us. And then went back on it. And then we pressured him to debate us again. And then he said, oh, we'll debate you. We'll debate you. And then he went back on it again. And then we showed up to a event at Texas A&M, or I forget the university. And we got like a huge clip, like fucking 50 million plus views, 60 million views, really like calling him out to debate. He said then he would debate us, and then he went back on it again.
Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't see that part. The only part I saw was pretty sure it was on Turning Point USA, and I just saw that you were just like yelling that he was scared to debate you.
Yeah, that was the one that you saw, and he then said after that he would debate us, and then went back on it.
Okay.
Or he said he would debate Dean. Let me specify. He didn't say he would debate me again, because I actually caught him off guard at a university, and he said he won't debate me because he just debated the governor of California, so he quote unquote doesn't have to debate me.
Okay. Yeah.
That sounds like he's scared of debating me. I mean, I don't blame him. I dog walked him in the Jubilee debate, so I would be scared too.
Was that Jubilee debate with Dean too, or was that a different?
That was me. I debated him like 5 times at Jubilee, like on the different topics. Back when they let us come back up multiple times. Well, like it was like the first episode, or technically the second episode ever filmed. Dean's episode was technically the first one filmed.
Yeah. All right. I didn't see that, so.
Okay, so I guess why did you bring that up?
Because
you wanted to be like me calling out Charlie Kirk, but you utterly failed, right? Because like when I debated Charlie Kirk, I dog walked him, but then when you came up on my live stream, you got dog walked by me.
All right. Well,
and also, we had a long form dialogue where like I let you speak and stuff, and we had like an ability to address all these points. Whereas like he cut me out in 6 minutes. 6 minutes and 50 seconds. He cut me out.
It was a time debate, and there's like red flags or whatever.
No. This is when I caught him off guard at the university. We debated for less than 7 minutes because he literally kicked me out.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see that part, but yeah, I think the main reason why I want to come on the live, I didn't want to come off as egotistical in the comments. I just wanted to get my point across about.
You were saying more than just I was scared to debate you, right?
What was I saying?
What else were you saying?
What was I saying that was so bad that everyone's saying? All I was saying is that you're scared to debate me and you won't accept me. Like.
That's it. That's all you said.
What else did I say? What?
I was just curious. I'm not saying that you said anything else. I was just curious.
The main reason why maybe I got a little like upset was just because you said that I think it was to the Dan guy or whatever, that you were saying that his religion, like because he's Christian, you were saying that it's like, I don't know what you're saying.
That
But it's just
Christianity's
like,
false? Yeah, I'm sorry that hurt your feelings. That's true.
well, yeah, because I've been Catholic my whole life. You know, I was born Catholic.
I grew up in a Christian household. I tried to justify it for a very long time. I just couldn't do it. And
Well,
I mean, like, again, like this is one of those things where, like, I mean, if especially for liberals, I'm like, you can hold your view when it comes to Christianity. I disagree with you on it. I'm not gonna like think you're a horrible person, right? Like, my mom's Christian. I love my mom.
yeah. Well, yeah. I just don't. I just feel like I didn't like just agree with like what you said about how he was Christian. That's what probably just made me upset because
Like
I just feel
I
like,
proved your religious view wrong.
well, you didn't prove any. You didn't
I
prove it wrong.
did.
You
You want me
just
to run the argument on you too? You scared to get
how did
dog
you
walked about the
prove
argument?
my? Okay, like was it about because he's not like okay? What about the rock thing? Like how you can't.
No. Is perfection more desirable than imperfection?
Wait. So, wait, what was the question again?
Is perfection more desirable than imperfection?
Is yeah.
Okay. All right. God existing alone. He's perfect, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Creation is imperfect, right?
Yeah. You created.
Yeah, like there's sin, there's evil in the world, according
Yeah.
to God's view, right?
Yeah.
God plus creation, all things considered, imperfect, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So God has a choice to create the world. He's by himself. There's nothing else in existence because God's eternal. God existed before all other things. God can choose to create or to not create. You said perfection is more desirable than imperfection. Okay. So how could God desire to go from a perfect state where he exists alone to a state that is imperfect where he decides to create? That would literally mean that he desired imperfection over perfection.
I think he was just so you've heard of I'm sure you've heard of the story like Adam and Eve, right? Where Eve sinned.
Yes, Adam and Eve sin, whatever. Like, none of that's relevant. The point is that God's all knowing. God knows that when he decides to create, that the conditions within existence will not stay perfect.
Well, that's why.
Okay, so that means that it's not possible for God to desire creation over no creation because creation inevitably is imperfect, whereas no creation is perfect. Perfection is more desirable than imperfection. Therefore, God would never choose to create.
But couldn't like because we choose to be imperfect, right? Like it's not like God forcing us to be imperfect. Like we're choosing to sin. Like
I
everyone
understand,
sins.
but it's God's choice to create or to not create. Inevitably, given that God creates, right, that would entail imperfection because we're not perfect, right? But if God doesn't create, all it entails is perfection. So it's literally logically contradictory to say that God preferred or desired to create the world, which, by the way, the Bible describes was true, that God created the world and wanted to create the world. That's literally logically incoherent if God is perfect. Because, again, he could not desire imperfection over perfection, which would be logically necessitated if he decides to create and creation is imperfect. And we agree creation is imperfect under God's view because there's sin and evil in the world from God's own perspective. Not all sins do I think are evil. This is an internal critique of using God's own notion of evil. Imperfect and imperfection. That's why it's a contradiction. That's why it's not possible. So that's why I can't logically explain the view. It's incoherent.
Okay. Yeah. Wait. Also, like, can I say one more thing? Like, just because like I know my username is Xavier So Based. Like, that's not like, I just don't want you to like post it and then you're gonna say it's like, because like I'm like a fan of his music. It's not like actually him. I just don't want to get like.
I have no clue who that's in reference to.
Yeah, I'm just like.
I have no clue
like,
what you're talking about right now.
Well, because all right. Well, I was just like trying to like ask a question. So like, if you post it, then it's gonna be like, I don't know.
No one's gonna see your account. It's posted on YouTube. YouTube only sees me. They just hear your voice.
Yeah. Well, because you're saying about like, you're gonna post it and say like egotistical, like account or whatever.
Oh, I could add egotistical too. Egotistical, MAGA, keyboard warrior, humiliated.
All I'm trying to say is like I'm just trying to get my point across. You know, like it's I don't know. I wasn't trying to
When
come
he
off as
tries to
egotistical.
confront me. Yeah, like that's gonna be a great title.
Okay, well, I was just wondering like if you couldn't don't put like my username because it's like I don't know.
Your username won't be visible.
Okay.
But I just want to let you know, now that you just said your username, it is very possible that that does not get muted by my editor, and that's in
Well,
the
yeah,
video. So
yeah.
good job.
All I'm okay. I don't know why. All
It's
I'm
very
saying is,
possible that my editor might accidentally miss that, and your username might be seen. And if that happens, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not worried about I'm worried about like so I don't get like in like legal trouble with.
Legal trouble? What legal trouble will you get into?
Because it's like I'm impersonating an account because it's.
You're not
I
going to
don't
get
know.
into legal trouble.
Okay.
You can chill.
Alright.
You can chill.
Yeah. Well. Okay. I think.
Legal trouble, bro.
Alright.
Come on, bro. That's the first time I've ever heard that one on the stream. I'm not gonna lie. I've never heard someone be concerned about getting into legal trouble because their name was like the name of an artist or something. Like what?
All right. Well, I don't know. It's just okay. I was just trying to get my point across about like my religious beliefs, and then like why I supported Trump because of my religious beliefs. But I don't know.
Okay, but like I mean, one, it has disproved your religion, and two, even if
can't,
you
like,
hold your
disprove
religious
a
views, you
religion,
should
like,
still
what?
support Harris over Trump.
Okay. Well, I don't understand why I should not support Trump when he's pro-life, which I'm pro-life, and that he stated that he's Christian before too, and yeah.
Okay, is there anything else you want to bring up?
No, I think yeah, I brought up those 2 points.
Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm 31, bro.
And do you support
How
Trump?
old are you? Yeah, I do support Trump. How old are you?
I'm 24, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, man.
Okay. Alrighty, and why do you support Trump?
Well, because I'm a straight white male from Kentucky.
Okay. Being a straight white male from Kentucky does not mean you should support Trump. There are a bunch of straight white males from Kentucky that don't support Trump. You know that, right, sir?
Have you been to Kentucky? I don't know any.
No, I haven't been to Kentucky, but I know that there are people in Kentucky who are white straight men that also don't support Trump. Increasingly,
None that I
that's
know.
happening to a greater extent.
Not really. None that I know.
Okay, so I mean, you can tell me where tell them all to come up on my stream. I'll debate all of them. But if you want to talk about Kentucky, like there's people in Kentucky, therefore they support this. That's not always true. And even if it was true, it's still not a reason to support Trump. So what is the reason?
I just have more common ground with Donald Trump than Kamala Harris.
Such as what?
Just, I mean, everything. I just don't believe really anything Harris believes in. I just don't. Nothing about her is likable.
Okay, can you name one policy that she supports, that she advocates for, that you disagree with?
Yeah, the border. I mean, just any. I mean,
One specific policy. The
basically
border is a
everything.
general topic. One specific policy.
I don't really follow it that closely, but I just don't. I mean, I just know the influx of, just how do you say, crime from.
You mean the
related
convicted
to-
criminal that you voted for? That pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and
He's
called them
not-
patriots?
It's not even. No, that is.
He is a
not the
convicted felon,
case.
yeah. And you voted for the convicted felon over the former prosecutor, former district attorney, former attorney general that held sexual predators accountable for their crimes. But then instead you decided to
California's
vote for a
shit
violent
show
sex
of a
offender?
State. I would never. She can't even. She's one of the most unqualified candidates I've seen.
She's one of the most qualified candidates that you've seen. She has significantly
In
more
what way?
qualifications than any candidate you'd be able to point to within the Republican Party. Name one person within the Republican Party that has more qualifications than Kamala Harris.
Marco Rubio.
What
JD
are his
Vance.
qualifications?
Dude, he's been in politics way longer than
So
her.
what are his qualifications? What positions did he have within politics?
He's a Secretary of State. He was a senator in Florida and did a great job there. He's one of the most well-respected people in Florida.
Okay, so you know that Kamala Harris was also a senator, and Kamala Harris was also a vice president.
Yeah,
Did you know that
and
Kamala
they
Harris
did
was
a
also a district
terrible
attorney, was
job.
also an attorney general?
Yeah, she did a terrible job, just like Joe Biden. They
She
were
didn't do a
joke of
terrible
an
job. She did a great
administration.
job. But by the way, you just said that those were specific qualifications for Little Marco, but those qualifications are actually more prevalent with Harris than with Little Marco.
I beg to differ, but
I just gave you
that's
examples,
fine.
sir.
Yeah, no, she's just not. I mean, like, I just don't get how anybody can really like her. I just don't. Like, what do you specifically like about her?
Yeah, well, she wants to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, a $25,000
Hey, can
tax
you
credit for
look,
first-time home
man?
buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap per month on insulin. We can point to the $2,000. We can point to specifically the expanding access to healthcare through the universal access to healthcare. She believes in climate change, right? She believes in science.
What? Okay, so as far as climate change and science, what do you mean believes in them? What's that entail?
She believes in science. She thinks science is
Okay.
true. She believes in the evidence. She thinks the evidence is true. Trump doesn't. Trump says the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, which is disagreed with
Well, I
by
don't agree with.
99% of climate scientists. 99% of climate scientists say Trump is wrong.
Yeah, look. I don't agree with everything Donald Trump does or says. I mean, that's just the the climate. I can agree with you there. It's pretty evident what's going on. It's the hottest temperatures on record. I do agree with you there. What was some of the other policies? You were talking so fast, I was trying to keep up.
Expanding the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out, a $35 per month cap on insulin, a $2,000 cap of pharmaceuticals out of pocket, expanding access to health insurance through the context of the universal access to healthcare that she was advocating for. Those are all policies she advocated for that would be significantly better than what we see under Trump. She also wanted to extend all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and then she wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year in order to be able to address the debt.
That is fair. I just didn't particularly like how her stance on cryptocurrency. She was trying to do away with them, and
She wasn't trying to ban cryptocurrency.
yeah, yes, she was.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah, she was.
No, she wasn't. What, can you
Well,
give me a single source indicating that she wanted to ban cryptocurrency?
I don't have one right on hand. I'm not surfing the internet right at the moment, but
So then you have no source, so you have no evidence?
yeah, I'm sitting here talking to you. I'm not online right now.
Okay. But you can still have evidence, right? Or look it up?
I mean, yeah, I could, but I don't have my computer readily available.
Okay. Alrighty, well, wait, I have a question.
What's up?
Were you talking shit in the comment section?
Yeah.
What were you saying?
All kinds of stuff, man.
Such as?
I just don't much like you, but I appreciate your opinion.
Yeah, like, what do you not like about me? Like, what were you saying in the comment section?
Well, you just talk so goddamn fast and talk over everybody and don't really give anybody a chance to really defend themselves. You just attack people and, it's fun.
Maybe you listen a little slow, and you say you attack people. That's what Trump does, not me. I've been very, very nice to you. I've let you speak, and I've let everyone speak, okay? I just happen to prove them
I
wrong.
will say you have, you know, I've watched some of your videos on YouTube and stuff, and you have matured a little bit over the years. I'll give you that.
Okay.
So
So
that's
are
good.
you're kind of just like you don't like how fast I speak, and that's why you don't like me. So what were you saying in the comment section? Were you just saying you speak so fast, or what were you saying?
Dude, I don't know. We're just gonna have to agree to disagree. I just
Because I
don't.
can see your history of what you said.
Yeah.
Did you say
And
that I
then,
was grifting?
no, I didn't call you a grifter, not one time.
Not one time. What did you say?
I don't even really remember everything.
Did you say something similar to that?
No.
You didn't say like I was begging for money or anything?
No, you probably have me confused.
So when I look at the history that tells me what you've said, that's not correct.
Yeah, that is not correct.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. So like, what can you tell me what you were saying, or like, do you want to tell me why you support Trump, or?
I don't remember what all I said. That was like an hour ago now.
Okay. Hey, Smack, how old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm 36.
And do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so since Ross doesn't want to explain why he said that, why did you say that?
Sure, I'll explain it. I wanted to come up and talk.
I never said that. I'm not going to explain myself for something I didn't say.
Yeah, I said it because I wanted to come up and debate you, and the only way to get you to debate me was to say things like that. So it won. Sean 1, Parker 0.
Says the one who's not on the stream debating me.
What the fuck?
Sorry, I just
dude?
did that for fun. So way back in the box, bro, and I might add you up later.
Well, hey, Parker.
Didn't
it's
get him
nice
up for very
talking to you,
long. That's
brother.
very unfortunate. You can continue with your points. Why you support Trump? Go back in.
I was just about to say I'm about to get off here. I'm going to bed. But no, it was nice talking to you, man.
All right, later, bud. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Justina, thank you so much for the $20, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Justina. Juliana, thank you for the $5.55. Thank you very much. Kira, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. The point he's missing is that he doesn't care about born lives. He's specifically only thinking of abortion, not the lives USAID would save. Exactly. Mar, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you very much. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Let me know if there's anything I can do about that. That's actually unfortunate that you got banned. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Those are obviously important things. I wish that could have been a point to bring up. Laura as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think that's possible to say. Because that involves some level of imperfection. So it still then would entail that he desires imperfection over perfection. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I'm a liberal.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35. How old are you, Parker?
24. Do you support Trump?
I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would definitely not vote for Harris. I would definitely vote for Trump.
Okay. And why do you think I'm bullying people, bro?
You bully people, Parker. The way that people disagree with you, people don't agree with your stance. So then you make fun of them, right? The trust me, bro binder because I have a source, or if they don't have the source readily available like you do, because you grift people to pay for your rent. So you sit there and have all this information in front of you. Those people don't have it, so you're a bully.
So
You're just a
because I
bully.
bring out the Trust Me Bro book when people don't have evidence for their beliefs?
No, I mean,
But people have
you don't
time. But you know that when
you
people
don't-
come up on my
stop,
stream,
stop.
when people come on my
You
stream,
do
they
not
have the time
evidence
to
every
be able
time.
to
You don't
research
have sources
beforehand,
for
right?
Everything you talk about, you just say no. It 100% is. You don't know that.
No, I have evidence for the things I say. I provide proof.
Not everything. You don't have everything.
What did I not provide proof for?
There's plenty of times where you sit there and say, "Oh no, it's 100% will not happen. That would not happen." But you don't know that.
Well, so can you give me a situation where I said something without a source and you want a source?
I can tell you several times where you have done it. I just can't tell you.
Go ahead. I'll provide a
exactly
source.
For which topic?
You're the one who's claiming I didn't provide a source for something, so tell me I didn't provide a
you
source
claim
for, and
that-
I'll tell you what my source
You claim
is.
that illegal immigrants. You claim that illegal immigrants statistically commit less crime than natural-born citizens. Correct?
Can I tell you my source?
No, hold on. I want to go ahead and say this. So, if that was true, can you provide the populace that was actually questioned for this?
What? So are you asking the sample size for the study?
Yeah, the sample size of.
It depends on
of
what
the
study
people
you're
that-
referencing. So I can tell you where to look
you
at.
said that
There's
they commit more crimes. I'm talking about.
I understand.
Criminally.
Can I explain?
Criminally. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a bibliography in my bio where there's multiple different studies that demonstrate that undocumented immigrants commit lower per capita rates of crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
So are there more illegal immigrants or are there more natural-born citizens?
I
in the
said per
United States?
capita. There are more natural-born U.S. citizens. That's why I said per capita. Per capita is per 100,000 people, for example. That's like taking into account population.
So, but how do you know that they are necessary? If what, based on the stuff that we hear, that they are undocumented. I'll give you the term undocumented. How do you know that they are actually committing crimes or not? If there's nothing that's tracking them, they don't pay taxes, they have no tax ID, they're given driver's license without doing a single test, not proving that they can even read. How do you read English? They can read, they just probably couldn't read English. How do you tell that they are illegal immigrants? There's several Democratic cities that are releasing people trying to cover up that they are illegal immigrants to where they don't get a bad rap. Is that true or not?
No, that's not true. So we're looking at arrest rates, and then in terms of taxes, undocumented immigrants do pay taxes about $100 billion into the system in 2022.
How do they pay taxes other than
There's something called an I-10.
purchase pay?
There's something
Purchase
called an I-10, which the Trump administration is using in order to deport people now.
When did that get started?
The use of I-10 in order to pay taxes, or deporting people using the I-10.
The I-10 to pay taxes.
They've been doing this for decades.
Decades.
Yes.
So they do have something that they could actually get money, receive money from the federal government whenever people say that they are
No, it's just that they
money.
pay into the system.
Hold on. No. So whenever I was in Massachusetts and they were giving money, what's funny, Parker? Do you like the way I say Massachusetts?
No, you're just going to bring up a scenario where you're talking about asylum seekers getting social services and not undocumented
No,
immigrants.
I'm talking about illegal immigrants that were put where I lived because they had nowhere to go, and they were put up in Martha's Vineyard, and Martha's Vineyard said, "We don't want them here." They give a stain.
Those are asylum seekers. And
They were not
Greg
all asylum
Abbott
seekers.
paid for
Where
their
did they come
flights to
from?
go there. Those are asylum seekers.
So all of them were asylum seekers.
Yes.
Do you know why they were asylum seekers, Parker?
Obviously, I don't know the individual case for why they were claiming asylum in every scenario,
So
but I know that they were
just
claiming
said They were
asylum.
claiming asylum, and you believe them.
So
How are they vetted?
we
How are
adjudicate
they
the
vetted
process.
whenever they came across?
We have a court process to adjudicate whether or not they're claiming asylum legitimately.
Okay. So Parker, if I told you my name was Daniel, would you believe me or no?
Yeah, typically I'd believe you.
Oh, okay. So because you have nothing that proves that, right? I have nothing that says anything other than right now, me and you talking. My name's Daniel.
Yeah, I have general reason to believe you that your name is Daniel.
Okay. So, but if I have a driver's license that says a completely different name, you would say, "Oh, you got me. You lied." Right?
Maybe, because, I mean, your driver's license could
no.
have a name that is different from your name. You could just tell me, like, oh, I changed my name, or, oh, I use a name that's different than what's on my driver's license, and that would totally make sense to me.
No, there's a social norm that most names, like a Robert, is just a Bob, right? But you just can't be like, well, my name is really Daniel, but I go by Timothy. You can't do that.
Yeah,
right?
you can.
You're not going to have a license that says Timothy.
You totally can do that, by the way. There are people that do that.
You're talking about you're using semantics of like using the middle name versus the actual name, right? You're using a semantic. That's not true.
It is
What
true.
I'm saying, no, you're saying.
I'm
so
sorry
am I
that that
vetted by
hurts your
you?
feelings,
No,
but the
am I
facts
vetted by
preside
you
over
now?
your feelings,
So
bud.
did you vet me, Parker? Am I vetted by you?
Yeah, to be a dumbass.
See, once again, you're just trying to bully people.
Sorry, I
How
actually
am I?
apologize. That one just came out. I apologize. That was
No, explain
that
that.
was the,
How am I
I'm
vetted?
sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
No, apology not accepted. You're just an asshole. You're just a jerk. Oh, I'm sorry. That one just slipped out too. My apologies.
Okay, that's fine.
Once again,
I accept
no.
your apology, sir.
That's fine. I still don't accept yours.
Okay.
What?
Well, you can.
Am I properly vetted? Am I properly
Sir,
vetted
sir,
by
you know what? You can cry about it.
see, that's fine. I'm not crying. You're running because you don't understand what you're talking about. So was I properly vetted by you?
Hey, actually, can I ask you a question?
No, you cannot. Am I properly vetted by you?
Yes.
So whether or not I told you my name was Daniel, I'm 100% a Daniel, right? Even though my name's not really Daniel.
No.
That's vetted, right?
No. What I would say by vetted is that I vetted to make sure that you meet the criteria to be on the live stream.
So, exactly. You have no idea what vetted actually means. They did not properly vet anybody that was coming over to seek asylum. They just let people come in.
So the process for adjudicating that they're in the country legally is the court process.
I had to live next to a guy.
Sir, the court adjudicates that.
I had to live next to a guy who was seeking asylum from Venezuela because he killed somebody and he was running from the government to get away from punishment. That is why you have no idea what you're talking
Wait, by the way,
about.
that's true. They don't actually get that specific situation would not be actually seeking asylum. So, like, let me just clarify.
Exactly. They just
Can you
claim
please stop
asylum and then
talking for a second?
they're
Just listen.
given
Just
to
listen,
them.
sir. Just listen. So, in that scenario, you can't seek asylum for murdering someone. That's not a valid reason to seek asylum. So their asylum process would not be adjudicated, and then they would be sent to prison.
Because they're not vetted, Parker. You are literally
Sir,
agreeing
if
with
you
my
want to
whole
ensure that we have a
process.
better vetting process for the asylum process, well, then we need to make the legal process go quicker, which would then be the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine.
What you were talking about
Can I ask you a
completely makes
question?
no sense.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. What you were talking about
Can I ask you
makes no
a
sense.
quick question real quick?
There is a simple way that people become legal citizens of the United States. Does it take a long time? Yes. Does it cost money? Yes. However, there is a process to do it, and if you just try to skip the line, you are ruining the opportunity for the other ones that are trying to do it the right way.
No, actually, the process is
How?
the process takes longer because of the fact that Republicans have made the legal process take longer. If undocumented immigrants are never going through the legal process in the first place, well, then that's not making the line longer because they never went in the line in the first place. If anything, they're making the line shorter because if they did go through the legal process, then the line would be longer. So if anything, they're doing something good for illegal immigrants who are trying to go through the legal process because now there's less people in line for the legal process.
See, this is whenever you say you dog walk Charlie Kirk, you just talked over him. This is what I'm just going to do to you. So what you're saying is that
Really?
if
Can I
there
ask you
were
one
million-
question real
hold on,
quick?
If there were 40 million illegals
No.
that
Can
come in,
before
if there
before
were
you
10
before you ask me this
million
question,
illegals that were come in, but there was a
I'll just mute you. Before you ask me this question, can I ask you just one question real quick? Can I ask you one question real quick?
Go ahead, Parker. You're just going to mute me until you get your point across.
Okay.
See this, and then you're going to say I dog watch you, even though you silenced me.
Okay.
That's funny, huh?
Sure. So look, let me just ask the question real quick. Can you thank Miss Opinionated Penny for the $15 on YouTube Super Chat?
What'd you say, Parker? I couldn't hear you.
Can you thank Miss Opinionated Penny for the $15 on YouTube Super Chat?
No, I don't think. I think she could spend her money a little bit better.
Well, why do you
She
say
probably
that?
doesn't-
Because I
she
think
probably
she can
doesn't understand
spend
what
her
she's
money
doing.
how she wants to spend her money.
I
Like,
know,
and also,
and if she
can you
wants
thank
to
King
send
of
it
the
to a
Golden
person-
State for the $5? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
my
Thank
gosh.
you. Thank you so much, King of the Golden State. Barbie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Can you thank Barbie for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat?
Parker, she just gave you $5. How long have you been live?
3 hours and 38 minutes.
Ooh, that's terrible minimum wage. Tell her she needs to send you more money. That's
Are
not
you
even minimum
are you
wage.
asking people to send me more money after saying I
I'm
grift?
just saying she's not paying you minimum wage. She should probably send you more money though. if you want to be
Jordan,
minimum
thank you for the
wage.
$5 for run up the super chats. Love you, Parker. Thank you. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. I won't want any more at this point. Thank you, Anthony. Can you thank Anthony for the $10? Help bringing up that minimum wage.
Anthony, you're a low life. So
Bro, why are you so angry, bro?
Well, because we're trying to have a debate, and you say that you're being genuine and honest, have an actual discussion, but then you stop me midway through to thank people while we're trying to talk about a situation, right?
Well, like,
do you think that's a good service to do? Or do you think that's a professional thing to do?
Yes. Names Ghosty, thank you for the $5 for supporting the grift. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. Can you thank Names for the $5?
I don't even know who you just said.
Can you thank Names for the $5? And can you thank Jack for the $3? Can you thank Doria for the $1? Can you thank Carrie for the $16.90 for the minimum wage in California?
Here we go.
Melissa,
Hey,
thank you for the money, God. Thank you very much, Melissa.
Actually, still, that's not minimum wage because you've been.
Curtis, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. This guy's so smug and whiny. It's sad to see the state of conservatives in our country. True. Thank you so much. Keonan, thank you for the $30. Thank you very much for asylum seekers are legal and screw them. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, can you agree that asylum seekers are legal?
Parker, I have no reason to not be okay with asylum seekers. If people are actively,
Well, you were
being
just complaining
threatened
about
for
them,
their
by the
life-
way.
No, I didn't. I said there were certain cases where people were being claimed that they are asylum seekers, and they were lying to get rid or to run from the police in their own countries. That's what I said.
Yeah, and I
it
would say
happens.
that's
And
wrong.
I
And the way
asked
to
you-
address that, sir, the way to address
Parker,
that is
and
by
I asked
making the
you, I
legal
said,
process
so
for
are they
asylum go
being
quicker.
Properly vetted? I said, are they being properly vetted? And you said, yes, they are. That's what you said.
Here's my argument. The argument needs to be the case that, like, you need to make the legal asylum process go quicker. That's the way to properly vet them. But you're just saying that they're not being properly vetted within a good amount of time period. That's what you're
So
saying.
you're saying that more people should be more criminals should be able to run from their government and get asylum quicker without being vetted. That's what you're saying.
No, I think that
Yes,
there-
that's
no,
exactly what
listen,
you just
Let me
said,
explain.
Parker.
Let me explain. I think the legal
Parker.
process for asylum needs to go significantly quicker. So the process for adjudicating that they're in the country legally, right, or that they have a valid asylum claim, would be significantly quicker. And by the way, even to be able to get into the country in the first place, you have to pass a credible fear interview.
Oh, because nobody's ever lied before, right?
Wait, but you have to pass the credible fear interview.
Parker.
So
then
do
how
you
did I
agree that
end
there
up
is a
next
vetting
door-
process for
how did
allowing
I
people
end
into the
up next
country?
door to a murderer who murdered 4 people in Venezuela?
Hey, dude,
because
hey,
of
dude,
the
hey, dude, if
vetting
that
process,
happens-
and they no,
Wait,
they
what?
did
Wait,
all
I have a
these
question.
tests,
Do they
did
still
all
live
these
next to you?
vettings.
Do they still live next to you?
Yes, he lived next to me. He was my neighbor in Massachusetts.
Wait, is he still your neighbor?
No, they got deported.
Okay, so you're saying he got deported because of Trump?
Yes,
What year was he deported?
in 2025.
In 2025. So you're saying he was in the he was in office or in this country in 2024, 2023, and
He was
2022.
in office in 2023. He came to the United States in 2023 and lived next door to me and my family for 2 years. And he was a convicted
And you didn't tell the
murderer in
police?
Venezuela for 4 people.
And you didn't tell the
What?
police.
I didn't know. I didn't know until they showed up and they arrested him.
Okay, wait,
Because he had no. Once again, Parker, he wasn't vetted, and there's millions and millions of stories that probably go on all the time like this, where people are not being vetted and they're just being allowed in. And what your solution is just make it faster. They seek asylum, they're good. You have
No,
no,
let me
idea who
explain.
you're
Let me
letting into-
explain.
Nope. So that's whenever we say, as Republicans, that's whenever we say, hey. You had an open door policy because you had nothing that
You're
actually
wrong.
was a
You're just going to keep
standard.
yapping and
There was
saying
no
things that I
standard.
never said.
No, I didn't say you said it. I said your party. I
Not
said
even my party did
Democrats,
that.
they
So let
talk
me know
about
when
how
you're done.
There's not an open border, but there was an open border. They did nothing to stop people from coming over. Nothing.
You want to bet?
Well, oh, you're talking about AOC taking a picture of kids at the fence? Is that what you're talking about? Where she did something?
No. I say you said
Oh.
that they did nothing to deport people
They
under
did
the
nothing.
Can you please listen? You said that they
It's
did
not fun
nothing.
whenever people talk over you, is it, Parker?
Okay, do you want me to thank people?
Hey, This is exactly what you did to Charlie Kirk, where whenever he makes a point, you just try to talk over him, and then you talk really fast to really cover up what you're actually saying, right? That's dog walking people whenever you interrupt people. It's the same thing.
No, is that I actually beat him on the points. All you can do is criticize
No,
the
you
way that I
didn't.
talk
You
to him
didn't
and
beat
not
a-
actually
you
like,
did not
hey,
beat
dude,
a single point that
let me
Charlie
know when
Kirk
you're
said.
done. Are you done?
Go ahead, Parker.
Because I
Lie
can
again
mute
to
you,
your-
you know,
Lie
right?
again to your viewers. Lie again to your viewers. Go
I'm
ahead.
not lying. You're crashing out.
Not crashing out.
Yes, you are. Do you want to let me
I'm
speak, or do
perfectly
you
calm.
not? Do you want me to not speak?
Go ahead, Parker. Go ahead, tell your lies again.
What lie?
Just, I don't know. You haven't said it yet, so say it. I don't know what you mean. I have to wait for you to say whatever you're going to say.
Malabek, think
but
of the
you
galaxy. So
lie.
then, how are you going to say it's a lie prior to it being said?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Parker.
Okay. Do you want to remind me what we were talking about? Because you just cut us off and stopped the conversation from happening.
We were talking about AOC and things that you said, well, they actually did something on the Democratic side.
Wrong.
And I said, no, they
Let me tell you
didn't.
what we were talking about. So what we were talking about was you were saying that there was nothing done by the Biden-Harris administration in terms of
Exactly
immigration
what
and
I just said.
enforcement. Please listen. You said there was nothing done in terms of immigration enforcement under the Biden-Harris administration. We did nothing to
Okay.
enforce immigration. And do you want to bet
Correct.
on that?
I do want to bet on that.
How much?
I mean, so whether or not they went on national television and said, hey, don't come, I don't think that's really doing much.
No. Can you answer the question? You said they did nothing, okay? And I'm saying in terms of enforcing, I'm saying deportations. They did do deportations. You're saying they didn't do deportations. Do you want to bet?
I said that they didn't stop people from coming across the border.
That's what deportations are. And
No,
also
it's
they
not.
did
That's them
stop
coming
stop
across
people
and
at the
then they
border.
deport
So
them.
how
That's
much do you want to bet?
coming across the
How much do you want to bet?
What are you talking about?
How
What
much
are
do you
your
want to bet?
semantics? Are you saying that they were at the border preventing people from coming across?
Yes, and deporting people.
Because whenever the Governor Abbott
Do you wanna
was trying
bet?
to do that and stop
Do you want to bet?
they
Or are you
told-
willing
they
to are
tried
you
to
willing
get
to
the
stand on what you
Supreme
just
Court
said
to
there, or are
take
you
that.
going to admit that what you just said was a lie? When you say that there was an open door policy, there was nothing that they were doing to enforce border laws and immigration laws, you know that you're lying when you say that. Because you will not bet
Not
on it
lying.
right now. Take the fucking bet.
Parker,
Take the
I
bet.
can tell you right now that some people
Who's
actually
lying now?
do
Wait, who's
interact-
lying? Take the bet.
Parker, I can tell you right now that
Wait,
there
where-
are
why aren't you taking the
several-
bet?
The people that are actually working in this world, I can tell you right now that the way that the administration from the Biden
Take the
Harris
bet.
administration-
Take the bet. Do it.
I
If
don't
you
need to
actually are
take the bet.
telling the truth, take the bet.
Parker, I'm not going to lie to you. I wouldn't pay you anyway.
Well, yeah,
I
because you
wouldn't
know you're
let
going
my
to
money
lose.
go to you.
Because you know you're going to
No,
lose.
I just wouldn't let my money go to you.
Because you know you're going to lose.
No, I don't
Because you
want to
know
pay
you're going to lose. You know
Parker,
that I'm telling the
majority of
truth.
time, this is like the one time I've actually come into your live. I normally just sit at it and I literally just listen to the comedy show of you speaking on a regular basis without
Dude, you
actually
like
being in
actually
the live.
stop for 1 second. Just outside of this, like stop thinking of this as like you just dislike Parker, get a job or whatever. Think of this for a second. I just proved that you lied. I proved that you were purposely
didn't
lying,
lie.
and then you're sitting there saying I'm the one that's a liar. You can't prove to me anything that I've said that's a lie.
Parker, I can tell you right now that my job in this world dealt with doing majority of the work of preventing people from being in dangerous situations due to immigration and the open border policy that was being portrayed by Biden and Harris. Okay?
Then bet me on it. Take the bet.
Hold on, Parker. Just be calm.
I'm
Quick.
completely calm.
Quit crashing out.
I'm not crashing out.
The fact is, my job was to literally stop people from being encouraged to come over into the United States doing dangerous stuff. Do you understand that the Dominican Republic would frequently take people to an island and leave them after being paid $10,000 to promise people that they could come into the United States and get legal citizenship? Do you care about those people that were left to die on an island after paying their entire life savings to come to the United States? Do you care about those people?
Yes, and that's why I want to make the legal
Okay.
process go
Then-
quicker,
no,
where they don't have to pay
no,
tens of
Parker,
thousands of dollars to
you
come
have
into our
to
country.
understand that there is
Because
a double
inevitably,
standard
listen,
here.
buddy, I know that you don't want to hear this because this proves your entire worldview wrong, right? But the inevitable fact of the matter is that they are forced in those conditions where they would even do that in the first place because it costs thousands of dollars to come into our country through the legal process, and because it takes so long to go through the legal process to come into our country. So you are facilitating that happening by supporting your process for immigration, rather than agreeing with the Democrats that we need to make the legal process go significantly quicker. You are unwilling to address and grapple with the fact that you are inevitably causing those conditions, and yet you'll sit there and fucking blame me and act like I'm okay with that? How embarrassing, dude. You're not addressing any of these points. I proved that you have lied. Can you prove any point that I have specifically lied on? Prove to me right now any specific point that I've lied on.
Parker, I need you to calm down. We're going to finish having a discussion. We're not trying to get a one-up on each other. I'm trying to have a discussion.
Sir, I'm completely calm. Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question? I'm completely calm.
I did not lie to
Can you
anybody.
Can you name a single thing that I've lied about and prove to me that I've lied about it?
I'm telling you right now, you have said countless times, just, hey, no, it's 100% factual. Whenever somebody says something about like, oh, Kamala Harris would have done this, and you go, oh, nope, she definitely would not have done that. And you go, I know with 100% certainty that would not have ever happened with Harris. You cannot say that. That is a lie, because you are falsifying information that you have no idea. It is your opinion, and you are selling it as a fact. And there's people in here, in your life, that do believe you as factual all the time.
Okay, so I rarely say certainty. Actually, like there's a whole like logical view of solipsism, specifically where you can't have certainty within things you believe. I believe things based upon most evidence, what's most likely to be true. So like this notion that you heard me say certain is like ridiculous. It's not what I specifically say, because I have a philosophical understanding of the term certain and what that logically entails. Now, secondly, can you please acknowledge that that's not even going to be a thing that I lied about? Okay? What?
I'm saying
there
that
are absolutely certain things I can say. Yes, I think that Kamala Harris would have done this. I think Kamala Harris wouldn't have done that. Right? I can make claims like that because I know their ideological beliefs and I know what positions they hold to, and I base that on the evidence, on what's most likely to be the case. Okay, I don't need the notion of certainty to believe things to be true. I think it's ridiculous to say that you need the notion of certainty to believe things to be true, right? There's nothing that you can identify to be certain outside of literally your own existence. I think, therefore, I
agree.
That's the only thing that you can actually establish from a certainty, like from a logical certainty basis. That's from a philosophical standpoint. We do not need logical certainty in order to be able to establish truth claims. Otherwise, we couldn't say, right, that our loved ones love us, right? Like that's like, you know what I mean? Because that's not something that's true within our minds, right? And it could be the case that we're a brain in a vat, right? It's logically possible we're a brain in a vat, that we're being fed these experiences and none of these things are real in the first place. It's like absurd, right? We don't need certainty in order to be able to establish things to be true. I never claimed that. You brought that up. The only reason you brought that up is because you don't know a single lie that I engaged in, and you're just trying to brand me as a liar.
Would you apply your same logic to whenever you say that you dog walk Charlie Kirk, whenever you just constantly interrupting him, and
Jocelyn, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much for bringing up that minimum wage. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. I appreciate it. Thank you. Armpit, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Alien Cat, thank you for the $10 for the grift. Thank you. Trey, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Silver with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly, though. They're literally legal. As well as Etsana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. For you deserve a promotion, Parker. Well, thank you so much. I'll make sure to let the DNC know that. Thank you so much. Rob, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for payment from Robot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Kira, thank you so much. I really appreciate the £5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Miss Opinionated Penny, thank you for the $15. Thank you for can you think Miss? I'm waiting. How rude. I know, right? It's so ridiculous. He's so angry. Rog, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You're totally right. Thank you so much. Anthony, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Lord Tomiyoshi, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's absurd, isn't it? It's so ridiculous. As well as, thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Alexandra, thank you for the $5. Alan, thank you so much for the $12 for Never Get a Job. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lovey, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Tysley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ethan, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much, Ethan. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much
Hey,
for the kind
Paige-
words to
Paige
interrupt the
Shorty,
guest.
just shut the fuck
Kira,
up.
thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much for sharing my daily
Paige
grift to
33
support
said
yours.
shut the fuck
Thank
up
you
because
so
she's
much,
tired of
Kira. I
hearing you.
appreciate the $50 for the grift. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Michael, thank you for the $30. Thank you very much. Can we get some
Parker, you're
W's
being
for
rude.
Michael? Can we get some W's for
Paige
Michael in the
33
comment
said
section?
to shut the
For this
fuck up.
snowflake needs to chill out and stop being jealous that people actually want to listen to Parker and not him. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And you're totally right, Michael. Thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you. Can you thank Michael for the $30 and can you thank Kira for the $50?
No,
Why not? Why not?
because they could spend their money in better ways than to send somebody, a grifter like you, money.
Jesse, think of the galaxy. Thank you. But what if they want to send money to the grift?
That is their priority. That's their prerogative. If they want to send you money to you, Parker, then they can do that.
Exactly,
It's
right?
fair
So
to-
then, like,
I
why are
do
you
have to
mad that
say,
they're
I
sending me
would have
money
to
for the
give you
grift?
At least one thing. I would much rather them send you money than Dean. But
Oh,
you know,
wait, why?
well, because Dean's chat is a little too far extreme. I've seen a couple of Dean's lives.
I'm sorry.
that
What's
I've
the
had to-
difference between Dean and mine's chat? Like, I'm sorry.
Well,
Like,
I was actually going to give you credit in a little bit of your chat, a few things, but I've been in too many of Dean's chats where his chat is calling for, like, literally they screenshot and copy and paste to ASS Donald Trump, ASS Vice President.
ASS ass?
No, I can't say the word. I'm not gonna get your live shut down.
No, there's no one in Dean's
Yeah.
comment section. You're being ridiculous. I'm in his
Parker,
comment sections all the time. I go in his lives
Parker,
every day.
There were literally thousands of people that were
Kira,
copying
thank you the
and
5
pasting it.
pounds. You mean 8647?
No, they were not saying that.
What were they saying?
Calling.
Push the galaxy.
Parker, do you really want me to say it on your live?
Wait, no, I know what you're referencing. They were not
Yes.
saying that though.
No.
Jesse, thank
Yes,
you the
they
galaxy.
were.
Thank you.
And then he sat there and said, I can't believe the Republican Party is calling for so much violence, yet he had thousands and thousands of people in his live that were calling for the ass of Donald Trump and JD Vance.
Just not true.
That is 100% true.
No, I know you're lying. I'm literally in Dean's live stream every single day.
Parker,
Dean's one of my best
I
friends.
literally
I am
reported
very
him
familiar with
for
his
the
live stream.
talk of-
I'm very
I
familiar with the
literally
chat.
reported his lives
I
because of
promise
it.
you, that is bullshit.
Parker, I promise you it is not.
Okay, I don't believe you.
Okay, you want me to do the trust me bro binder on you?
That's what you need.
I'm
You're
telling
the
you
one making a
verbatim,
claim, and all you have to say is
And I
trust.
am
All you have is a trust me, bro, my guy.
Parker. I watched thousands of people do it. Thousands of people in his live say it.
Liar.
Okay, I don't have to prove anything to you, but I know for verbatim. That's why I stopped watching Dean.
Okay.
Okay, what next topic do you want to talk about?
Well, I want you to thank. Actually, can you thank
At
real
least
quick
at
Benjamin
least
for
your
the
chat
$2 real
doesn't
quick?
call
Can
for
you
them
thank
for that.
Benjamin for the $2 for supporting the better grifter?
No, I would like to talk about.
Well, can you thank Alexandria for the $10 for supporting the better grifter?
Parker, you're wasting your time.
What about Conway for the $4 for the better grifter and Stefan for the $22 for the grifting time? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker? So what do you think? I want you to go.
Okay, all right. How about this? We'll go back to what you were saying about Charlie Kirk. I dog walk Charlie Kirk. I know you're mad
did
about
not.
it.
That's a
I
lie.
destroyed him at every single
just
point that we
lied.
debated on.
Parker, you just talked over him as much as you possibly could. And look, I need you to understand this because it's not just you; it's your whole Democratic side. I know you claim that you're not Democratic. You're not a Democrat, but
I am.
you're far left leaning. Okay.
I'm a progressive liberal and a
Just
Democrat.
because you say it loud does not make you right. And that's what, every time you go into a debate, that's what you feel like you do. Because I've seen plenty of debates that catch you on the street where you are with Dean. Y'all are almost like holding hands walking down the street. And somebody stops and tries to talk to you about stuff and try to debate you. And you just like kind of cowered away and you don't want to really go into it. You let Dean handle the debate.
Are you talking about the video of us walking away from Kai?
I don't know. Who's Kai?
That's probably the video you're referencing. That was after we debated people for 5 hours straight and haven't eaten at all that day, and we were trying to go walk to go get rest and eat food after like
Yeah, but Dean
multiple
was
hours
ready.
of debating in
Dean
public.
was ready to discuss.
No, he wasn't. He was trying to walk away as well. He was just doing that because he didn't want people to like be annoying on the internet and be like, "You guys are running for no reason." Because we had already debated for like 5+ hours that day, like out in
But
public.
so back to the topic though, Charlie Kirk. I do not believe in any point that you dog walked him. You talked over him, trying to get people.
You have yet to
were
say a
voted
single
out
point that he
before
beat me on.
before he could even talk or respond to a single comment that you made.
I did let him
You were
speak.
voted out. And he was very justified in the very little stuff that he was able to talk about.
I have a question. Why did he stop talking to me after 6 minutes and 50 seconds when I caught him off guard at a university?
Because he told you, I have already debated the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. He doesn't have to put up a point to you because he said, in his eyes, you probably just don't matter. You were a very minimal, you probably had just gotten started on TikTok and he didn't really care to have a debate with you.
But he'll debate randos at college?
He said, Parker, we've already had a debate once, and then I went and debated.
But he won't have a long form discussion because I want to have a long form discussion. That's what I was asking for. When I was there, I was asking for a long form discussion where we could sit down any time of day, and you just said, "Oh, I'm not going to debate you because you debated Gavin Newsom." Okay, I'm sorry, you debate random people at college, okay, but you won't debate me when obviously I've debated him before, and it was literally a viral debate that has millions of views, tens of millions of views. That's an opportunity for him to be able to convince millions of people of his perspective. That would be even more views than a typical debate that he would do. Why wouldn't he do it? Why? Because he thought he would. The reason why Charlie didn't do a debate with me and wouldn't do it any longer than that is because he didn't want to platform me. That's the reason.
Yeah.
He thought too many people would go click on my page. Too many people would follow me. I would get too many views. I would bring the Democratic Party to a better standing because I have better values, right, than the Democratic Party does typically right now on the establishment side, right? So he's scared of progressives, right, in the Democratic Party, which actively would have a meaningful shot at being able to literally bring this country to a progressive liberal future to a greater extent. That's what he was scared of.
What are your
He thought
progressive
platforming me would inevitably lead to the country becoming more left-wing.
I'm trying to have a civil conversation with you. So what are your progressive views that are different than that of, the Democratic Party?
Well, I believe in universal healthcare, fully getting that done, universal access to public universities and college, universal childcare. I believe in a free Palestine. I think that we should expand access to health insurance, or not health insurance. I obviously said that already. I meant to say we should expand investments in climate change. I'm a proponent of even further than the Inflation Reduction Act, right, in terms of renewable energies and getting investments in those so that we can actually be less energy independent on countries around the world. I also believe in nuclear. I think that's important for addressing the needs for electricity usage and transition over time towards more renewables. Those are all things I could point to. And I think that he's scared of like someone with that perspective, someone who's against corruption, that calls out fraud, that stands for getting money out of politics, right? Those things are very, very popular. And when there's someone that actively speaking can advocate for these things on a basis and knows exactly what to say, then it's going to be able to spread to a significantly greater extent of people. He also knows that being pro-choice is super popular. He knew that was going to be a lot too. So there's many things.
You're pro-choice.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there ever so the whole methodology of saying like, oh well, what about the people that incest, rape, and what's the other one that y'all like to go to?
Life of
incest,
the mother.
rape. Huh? Oh yeah, life of the mother. The 1% that pertains to of abortions that actually do happen due to that. What about the other 99%?
It's more than that, but yeah, even in situations of elective abortion, elective abortion, I believe that it should be legal.
Would you want to? We'll give you 10%. We will inflate it to 10%, but there are so many cases where it's not because of those things, that it's just people are out there bragging about taking abortion pills or bragging about how they just get to kill another one. How is that right?
It's funny.
That's funny to you?
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny.
but if somebody came on
Yeah,
here
they're
and
rage
said that
baiting you, dude. They're rage baiting you,
I
bro.
hope I would hope
You're getting
you
rage
were
baited on
only
the
rage
internet.
baiting. That's wait, I got rage baited or that
Yeah.
I am
Well,
right now?
both.
No. So because I know plenty of people and see, and this is, I don't like to go based off
The right wing
articles that I
always
read.
loves to be like, oh, the left can't take jokes, and then we make a joke about abortions, and then they're so angry, and they're like clutching their pearls.
I mean, your side has literally went into a conundrum after one guy said that Michelle Obama was a man.
One,
They
because it's
literally
false, and two,
imploded.
because it's constantly brought up specifically
No.
in order to
So-
demean
so
black
why-
women's femininity, in order to be
So
able to
why is it
emasculate them
okay-
and take away the
So
notion
why
of
is
them
it
being a
okay
woman.
for you to do the same thing to Christian beliefs, and whenever somebody says something so minute to you about something, y'all freak out?
What?
Why is it okay? Is it called hypocrite? Is it
What did I
hypocrisy?
do that was hypocritical with Christianity? I'm confused. I mean, that was like a
You make
complete
comments all the
grasping for
time about
straws.
being Christianity, about how you're just like, what
I
was it
think
that
Christianity
you
is
said?
false, but I don't freak out whenever people bring up Christianity.
What was your analogy earlier? You said something about how God's perfect, so why would he ever?
Yeah, it's literally impossible for a
why
perfect
would-
God to create the world we live in, because the world we live in, based upon its own understanding, is imperfect, because there's sin, evil in the world. God's existence is perfect. God can't desire imperfection over perfection. Therefore, it's literally impossible for God to desire to create the world, because God would rather exist itself just with perfection rather than creating, which would then entail that they desired to imperfection over perfection, which is contradictory to the idea of what perfection is in the first place.
I mean, but so what you're saying is that you believe in predestination or predetermination? You don't believe in
I'm not Christian. I believe Christianity is false.
altogether. You don't believe in anything.
Yes.
You don't believe that. Okay.
I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't know what the causes of the universe. I don't know what happens after death. I don't know, and I don't believe it's a God. It can
don't
possibly
fully
be some
understand
notion
how-
of God,
how
but I
the Big
definitely think
Bang
it's
Theory
not
actually-
the Abrahamic notion of God.
Okay. And you don't fully understand how the Big Bang Theory actually did create the entire world and everything.
Oh,
like
I
that.
fully understand. Well, I mean, I don't. Obviously, I mostly understand the Big Bang Theory.
I would say,
I
yeah.
just don't know what came prior to it.
Oh, so it was just something happened. That's just, you're like, oh, it had a CO2 imbalance and it
I don't.
exploded
I just
and-
told you I don't know what the explanation is prior to the Big Bang, but I don't think it's the Abrahamic notion of God. I think that's impossible.
You think God creating heaven and earth is just impossible?
Logically impossible. Yes.
Logically impossible.
Yeah.
So, I would recommend, if you ever wanted to enlighten yourself because I'm not a typical Christian. I believe that science proves that there is a God.
No, it
okay?
doesn't.
Well, if you would just let me speak, I think that it does. There's several things in science that almost seem impractical and it's just so unfathomable that something could do that. And whenever you look down at it, you say, well, it's either completely random luck that it actually worked, or somebody had their hand in it and critiqued it to make it fit perfectly.
Okay. There's a bunch of different planets and universes around the galaxies around the universe. And
talking
what makes
about,
you
like,
think that's not
quartz, that
possible?
if
That it's
you
random
split
chance? Doesn't it look
quartz-
like it is?
If you take a quart, do you know what a quart is? Not like
Yes.
a cork, like a quart.
Yes.
The actual atom, right? And if you split a quart in half and you move one in California and you move one to New York, and if you rotate one, the other one will rotate at the same time,
Okay.
simultaneously, right?
I don't see how that's supposed to then mean that God exists.
I believe that in the multitude of things that are just unexplainable,
Quantum mechanics does not mean God exists. Something unexplainable does not mean God is the explanation. Right? For example, that's like saying the explanation for rain was God prior to us understanding the naturalistic explanation for rain.
I believe
That's
that
called
there
the
is
God
a
of the gaps fallacy. People have historically done that, right? Just for anything that we can't explain, it has to be God.
not
I
every
can't
time. I
explain why
believe
my
that there are,
girlfriend cheated on me, therefore it must be God. God did it.
I mean, I'm sorry, Parker, if she cheated on you, but you don't have to tell us on live.
Dude,
That's
it's
not cool. That's not cool.
you know that
You shouldn't
I'm
blast her like that on live.
you know that I'm just saying that as like a hypothetical, right?
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't actually
yeah.
get cheated on.
Parker, I don't care enough about your love life to even care, honestly.
So I don't know why you're doing that.
I do want to ask you though, since we'll talk about the religious stuff, because the religious debate goes a little bit further than your understanding and my understanding of the full picture. Okay, but I would like to go and the claim is always, well, I would say it's not a claim. The fact that Donald Trump is a 34 count felon, right? Can you name me all 34 counts or even 5 of those 34 counts of what he is actually convicted of a felony?
Yeah, it's all falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class E felony in the state of New York.
In the state of New York, Class E?
Yeah.
So
Can I
what
ask
was
you
the
a question?
price? What was the price of that?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can.
Can you name the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
I'm actually surprised you knew that. What about the Old Testament?
Parker,
First 4
I just
books.
told you. Oh, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and nope. I think Deuteronomy. I think it is.
It's numbers. It's okay though.
Numbers. Parker, I am a Christian. I have been outside of my faith for quite some time, of not as religious as I once was, but there's a lot of things that point between.
Okay, I just don't know why you're asking me to name all the 34 counts. It's literally the same thing, but
No,
okay.
because if he is a felon of 34 counts, you would think that somebody would know majority of them, right?
Yeah, I do, and it's all
Okay.
the same.
Well, they're all the same account. So how do you get? I mean, don't
It's
get
just
me wrong,
34 different times.
I'm not a very good law guy. I've never studied law, except for aviation law. I did study aviation.
If you
law
kill
a little
5
bit.
people, you get 5 counts of murder, right?
Yes.
And they're all the different counts are murder, right?
Not if you kill the same person. So if you can't,
you wouldn't
split
get- you
one
wouldn't get-
murder.
okay.
Hold on. You
Oh my
can't
God.
split one murder up into 5 different accounts unless you killed 5 different people.
I understand. So if you do 34 different falsification of business records, then that would be 34 different charges, right?
I mean, at this point, the research that I did on it, it would have to be.
Can you agree?
It depends on dollar amount. It depends on dollar amount.
If it's
to
34
meet that
different
threshold.
falsification of business records, would you agree that then that's 34 different charges?
Not if those 34 if 34 counts, if they
So
were.
then why did the court charge him
multiple of the
34
same
times?
person. What?
Why did the court charge him 34 times?
Well, because he was in New York.
That
they're
is not the
very
reason why he got
democratically
34
ran.
felonies. So I'm sorry.
I mean, okay, let's go by your same logic. So if you had a business in Alabama, do you think you'd be represented justly in the courts in Alabama for some reason?
Yes.
Fully. You think fully.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe otherwise. I'm privileged under the system. There's nothing that disenfranchises me.
You don't think Donald Trump was privileged?
That's exactly my point.
I mean, but you still hate him. Your New York still hates the man.
Yeah, but you understand that they had people on the jury that were independent and or Trump supporters. For example, there was an individual on the jury that watched Tim Pool and thought he was a moderate. Tim Pool's a Trump supporter.
Tim Pool is not a Trump supporter.
Tim Pool is a Trump supporter.
Tim Pool literally said, he does not vote right wing. He is not
Yes, he does.
conservative. He just voted
Wait,
for Donald Trump
he
because
literally.
he's better
I
as
just
candidate
watched
than
a clip
Kamala
of him the
Harris.
other day say that he supports Trump still.
He still supports Trump, but that doesn't mean that he is like a natural conservative. He's not
Okay.
a conservative.
Well, he does support Trump. So let's just clarify that. Can we agree?
He voted for Trump.
All right. Let me thank some people, and then we can continue on with our conversation. Gabrielle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Well, thank you so much. I'm really glad that they give you hope. Thank you so much. As well as Benjamin, thank you for the $2 again. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Avery, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. As well as Jesse, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jesse. And then Alexandria, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Adriana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Diabolical Statement. And Ramon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I think I am fully caught up.
Excuse me.
Except just there. Diabolical that you just did that. Let me thank some
My
people
bad.
over on YouTube
That one
Super
snuck
Chat.
up.
If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support the grift, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Queen is Peace, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Silver, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank
Hey,
you. Get some
Jessica's-
W's for them
Jessica Lee
in the
is
comment
mad at you.
section.
You didn't
Thank
read
you.
her note.
Anthony, thank you so much for the
Jessica Lee's mad
$10.
at
Thank you.
You didn't read her note. Jessica Lee.
Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Anthony in the comment section. Lord Tomiyoshi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them.
Jessica Lee wants you to read her note. Parker, I'm not dumb. I know how to turn off a microphone and turn it on.
Jesse sent the message over TikTok, bruv.
I'm trying to let you know that. That's what she said in the comments.
she's literally crying, bro. That's what she just said in the comment section.
Oh, there you go. Well, get her a tissue because she doesn't need to cry.
Dude, that means like she's laughing at you, bro.
I know what it means, Parker.
Okay. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Bean, thank you so much. Appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Because of W's for them in the comment section. Kiara, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you. Thank you so much. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as CM Stars, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's also very true. That's actually a good point as well. He didn't even know the verses. A girl has no name. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The verses? What
Thank
verses,
you so much.
Parker?
Lewis,
What
thank you for the
verses?
$20. Thank you very much for insufferably bigoted caller has insufferable is an insufferable bigot. Well, thank you so much. Neo as well. Thank you for the $20 twice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the
Parker,
comment section
I
right now.
want you to- I want you to
They have
explain
two
this
things
to
I
me.
wanted to read actually. If you want women to really reconsider a life-changing decision like having a baby, then don't give them a deadline. If they are unsure about having a baby, giving them less time before they have to decide doesn't help. As well as spending my money to say that he doesn't what he said about quarks isn't true. He's thinking a quantum entanglement element, and that's pairs. You can't split a quark. Yeah, he is
Quarks
thinking.
come in
I was
threes.
addressing that. I know he is referencing quantum entanglement.
I thought quarks come in threes.
Wait, are you saying you can split them?
I thought you could split a quark.
Let
Don't
me-
they
let
have
me look
three?
that up.
Thank you, Jackie. My
Oh,
name does
are you
sum me
thinking?
up.
Are you thanking the people for donating to me?
No, she says my name sums me up.
Yeah, you can't split a quark.
Oh, my apologies. Maybe I was thinking of a different Adam. So one more question for you. So you were reading off comments saying that I didn't know the verse. What verse are you talking about?
Oh, I was saying Charlie
Or were
didn't know
they-
the verse. It was like when I caught him off guard. But there's also, can you thank Jesse for the $50 who said you have the IQ of dirt?
That's fine. I didn't care to talk to Jesse either.
Why not? Why?
I mean, if I have the intellectual caliber of dirt, why would they want to talk to me too? I don't understand how that makes any sense.
Wait, because you said you wanted me to read off their message.
Yeah, because you were just like, oh, I know, and then you just didn't say anything. So I was just trying to figure out what they were saying.
Yeah, and they said that you have the IQ of dirt.
That's fine. I believe the same thing about Jesse, so that's fine.
Why?
Well, because he's a Democrat, so he has to be pretty dumb. He has
Where's
to be
the
pretty
quote?
idiotic. No, see, you want to
So,
start
so
the
you
name
said
calling?
so
No,
you think all
you were
Democrats have the
okay
IQ?
with- you
Wait, hold
were
up, hold
okay
up, hold
with
up.
them
Let's
doing
run them
that.
down this. So you think all Democrats have the IQ of dirt?
I mean, is it all Republicans have the IQ of dirt too? I mean, that's what Jesse's message kind
Push
of
the
seems
corky.
like.
No, just you.
Oh, just me. Okay.
Any last words?
Why'd you ban me?
Or do you have a second account? I didn't.
No, I
ban
don't have
you.
a second account.
I didn't ban you. That's TikTok TOS.
For what? What did I even say?
I don't know. You got. It must be harassment and bullying.
You, out of all of your chat,
Yeah, it was harassment and bullying, actually. Hey, buddy, you're welcome to come up on a different day and we can finish our conversation. You did get a harassment and bullying flag. To be honest with you, I don't know why you got the flag. Maybe it's because you said I was grifting or something. How old are you?
Yeah. How much is the DNC paying you?
How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
And what's your birth year?
2007, June 16.
Okay.
How much the DNC paying you, bro? I need to figure out.
A lot of money, trillions, bro.
Oh, trillions? Okay, okay.
Yeah, I get trillions from the DNC. Are you
Okay.
jealous?
Why would I be? I mean, why would I be jealous of somebody who sits in their room for 4 hours in front of the screen, you know? Why would I be jealous of that?
Because I make trillions from the DNC and you're jealous about that?
No,
That's why you
no.
decided to spam that in the comment section and
I mean, I'm just trying to spread the word, you know.
you're just trying to spread the word. You said I'm pro-Israel in the comment section.
You are.
How am I pro-Israel?
I mean, you know, you said you're Democrats. You know, Democrats, they send funds to Israel, and we both know it too.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Hell yeah.
You are? So you know that Trump supports Israel, right? So then are you a supporter of Israel?
I mean, you know, no.
So you just conceded. You cannot be a
but
supporter of
you
Israel
are.
and still support one of the sides. One. Two, as it relates to this, I would argue that the side that supports Israel the most is going to be Trump's side. For example, Netanyahu said that Trump is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had from the Oval Office. So that's going to be 1 point for you there. But I do want to go back into the point you made. You said that I'm paid by the... Do you actually think I'm paid by the DNC?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you even look like that you're paid by the DNC.
I look
you know.
like I'm paid by the DNC. How do you look like you're paid by the DNC?
Feminine, you know, short hair and
Feminine?
stuff.
So
Yeah.
feminine people are paid by the DNC?
Yeah, like, you know, the feminine males and stuff, specifically you.
So feminine males are paid by the DNC?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what feminine characteristics I have?
You know, the face, the little feminine face.
What about my face is feminine?
Every part of it.
Are you attracted to femininity?
No.
No, you're not?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Why you asking?
I was just curious because like sometimes when people say that they say I'm a feminine man. I ask them, can you tell me like what feminine characteristic? I'm like, are you saying that you find my face attractive or something, or what do you mean when you say that my face is feminine? But I mean, if you don't find femininity attractive at all, why do you consider me feminine?
I mean, you kind of look low offense, but like, you know, actually, I don't want to get a flag. Let me stop. I'm not trying to get a flag.
No, so just
but,
tell me
know,
like do you think wearing makeup is feminine as a man?
A little bit.
So if you think if a man wears makeup, he's feminine, right? So
Yeah.
why is Trump wearing orange makeup?
I mean, you know, it's built into him. It's base kit to him.
So is Trump feminine?
I mean, no, because it's built into him.
So,
you know, some people
so
just
the
put it on
orange
their
makeup
face.
was built into him?
Yeah, some people, they just
Yeah,
purposely
okay.
put it on their
You're trolling,
face.
right?
No. I'm not trolling. How
Come on,
y'all
bro.
gonna say
Come on.
how
Everyone
y'all,
in the live knows you're trolling.
but how y'all gonna say he racist when y'all make fun of his skin? Like, how much of a hypocrite are y'all?
That's not his skin color. That's his tanning regime. He decides to make his skin orange by choice. He wears that. That's his own decision. We're critiquing his decision on his orange spray tan. We're not critiquing his skin color.
You know that he can't control it, though.
He can't control his orange spray tan?
So you're saying that he spray tans himself?
Yes. Have you
Where you
seen
getting that?
have you seen his side angle, like where you see like it's like super white right here and then it's like orange up here? And also, have you seen recently that JD Vance took some of his orangeness? So JD Vance became a little bit more orange and his orangeness went away for a day?
Also, can you tell your chat to stop spamming in the comments that I'm coming out of the closet?
Well, you are trolling. Can you admit you're trolling before I kick you?
I'm not trolling, though. I actually want to have a little debate.
So then, wait, so then you actually aren't trolling?
Mm-mm. I just want to have a quick debate.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you either way. Can you just admit you're trolling before I kick you?
Wait, but why don't you want to debate?
Well, because I'm getting off for tonight. So
Okay,
like,
I'm trolling.
you are trolling.
Yeah, have a good day, Parker.
You know, I wasn't gonna kick you, by the way. I was just gonna let you know. Thank you so
Oh.
much for telling me, though. Jesse Lee, thank you so much for the media shower. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the media shower. Jackal, thank you for the $5, by the way. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that was the guest for you. That was the guest for you. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Tomorrow I should be live around 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, everyone. Just letting y'all know. Thank you, everyone, for coming through to the stream. I really, really, really appreciate it. If you want to check out some of my YouTube videos, I would appreciate that as well. That is honestly one of the best ways to support me is go check out my YouTube videos, and you can watch them. I post about 3 YouTube videos every single day. So if you like the content, make sure to do so if you have not already. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming through. I love y'all so much. I will see everyone tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Or actually, wait. Actually, one more thing. Oh, no, we're going to get off. All right. Good night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow.